Alrighty, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30, January 26th, and I will bring the meeting to order at 8:30 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions? Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. We have an item on the agenda, 5.4.2, Emergency Communication System Upgrade Project Change Request. Late last night, we received some additional information, and we're requesting that for today, Council pull that item from the agenda so that we can see if the information we received alters our recommendation or alters what the information we've put in front of you. We do intend to bring that back in February, but we're suggesting that we pull it from the agenda today.
Okay, thank you. So we will delete 5.4.2 off this agenda. Are there any other additions or deletions? No, we're fine. Okay, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and that is carried unanimously. Next item of business is we've pre-circulated the minutes of the January 12th council meeting. Any errors or omissions? Councillor King.
I make the motion to approve the regular council meeting minutes of January 12th.
Okay, motion's been made to approve the minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item is 3.1, Trochu Housing Corporation. I see Mr. Smalden is with us online. And we're moving on to 3.1. Who's taking this?
I can start and then turn it over to Mr. Smalden if there's anything that he wants to add. Council's aware of the request from the Trochu Housing Corporation and the town of Trochu. As Council's aware, we forwarded a number of questions to the group, and we received answers to those questions. Sent some follow-up to those, and again received those. One of the requests that Council made of the THC, the Trochu Housing Corporation, was to submit an exact formal request and an ask outlining what was being proposed and what was being asked of the county, which is in front of you on the agenda package. So you have a question for your consideration. And with that, I'll maybe ask if there's, I'll turn it over to Mr. Smalden, if there's anything that he wants to add, or if there's any questions that Council has of him while he's on the line.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Smalden.
Thank you.
Anything you would like to add?
Well, I certainly would like to be available to answer any further questions of clarification, but we did state our request as a letter of support and a request for backing to borrow up to $20 million for up to 5 years to be able to construct our project, which we feel is a very needed project for the seniors to replace the St. Mary's Center in Trochu. So certainly I'm prepared to answer any specific questions. One of the questions was probably had to do with why $20 million. And basically the timing of the grants is the major assumption in this. The grants of $19 million for the $32 million facility are shown in the business case as coming from one source and coming as progress payments, and that determines the cash flow that's presented to you. There is the option for the government to not give it to us in one envelope, and there is an option for it not to be just provincial money but federal money. So Alberta Health is running an ASLI grant competition. Alberta Seniors and Housing may provide money to replace, lodge, and build new. And CMHC is the federal government which may have a say in the money they give to the province on how the province spends it. So those are variables that are in the grant column, and that's the reason for the request for $20 million.
Are there any questions from council to Mr. Smalden? Councillor King?
So, Sam, I guess one of the questions I would have is, yeah, why 20? The way I look at your math, your potential shortfalls are the 8 million end of project funding and the 5 million life lease, which in my mind comes to, if you get the $19 million, you're $13 million short, not 20. So really in my mind is, why are you not asking for the amount that you're likely short if you get the grant, as opposed to the $20 million? That's my first question anyway.
Okay, well, the $20 million for the project build is project money and project financing, and basically the estimate of cash flow requirements in order to build and pay the bills for building, from planning, construction, substantial completion, and for commissioning, be able to open the doors of the project. At that time, the $20 million project financing would be repaid in full, and that would be the end of the commitment we're asking for from support from the county. The takeout financing to operate would be the $8 million, and that would be taken out by the town and the Trochu Housing Corporation on their own.
So follow up. So the $19 million grant funding, my understanding is if that doesn't come through, then there is no project. Am I correct?
That's correct. We would make sure that the $19 million in capital grant was secured prior to proceeding with the project, yes.
Okay, continuing to follow up. The $8 million potential end of project capital financing that you're looking to get, what happens if town of Trochu's not able to A, increase their debt limit, and B, get that financing?
Our plan B on that would be to seek support from Covenant Health, which would be able to either borrow or provide opportunity to cover any shortfall.
Again, follow up, Sam. So you're asking for the 20 million for 5 years. Are you fairly confident that it wouldn't be needed beyond that point? And what would happen if you needed it beyond that point?
I'm confident it would not be needed beyond that point, primarily because the time period is up to 38 months, which is well below the 60 months. So we provided some slack time. There are things that happen. If you build over 2 years, you know, you may have a heavy winter, which delays things. So that adds cost and issues that we need to sort out. But the total price of 20 million for the 5 years should cover it. And that's based on the experience of previous projects. If it's required beyond that, then that would be an opportunity that the town would have to take to, or challenge that the town would have to take to solve that. Again, mentioning that the town has a partner in Covenant Health, which would be able to consider what to do to solve that as a plan B. So we believe that the commitment to the project by the town and by Covenant as partners in operating would be able to solve that.
Okay, I think I know the answer to this next question, but one of the things that was discussed was that increased debt limit for the town of Trochu, and whether the residents, taxpayers within the town of Trochu were supportive of that happening, and whether the town has had that conversation? And if they haven't, when is that likely going to happen?
Yeah, we had planned to have a full discussion and consultation. We've had consultation in the development of these plans with the town and community. Due to the COVID pandemic, we haven't been able to gather, and that's been the primary concern. And so we expect that to be part of the equation as part of our application as well. So we do intend to do the public consultation with the tax base in Trochu, should there need to be any potential taxation or requisition in a contingency plan, but there is no plan for any taxation or contingency plan requiring requisition at this time.
Okay, you brought up the elephant in the room, which has always been the concern, or one of the concerns that we have sitting at this table, and that is requisition, which has happened with other projects to the west of us in Mountain View. And currently, the information that we've received from the Trochu housing people is that there would be no expectation of requisition from county residents on the long-term management of that project. And so I would like to hear your response to that concern.
Yes, the financial model for Mountain View is a subsidy model as a housing management body, meaning that they take in the low-income residents. The Trochu Housing Corporation project is a market project. There is no subsidy included, and therefore no requisition is required. The business case is based on the prices charged and the revenues of this project solely, with planned contingencies as the business case would provide.
Okay, just as, again, follow-up, assuming I have council's permission to continue. One of the things that's currently happening and in discussion in our area is there is another project that is seniors housing in Three Hills that has never been a requisitioning authority, who are now in conversation with Kneehill Housing, potentially talking about wanting to join, and potentially then would impact the requisition that comes from Kneehill Housing. What guarantee that we have that this would never happen from Trochu Housing Corp?
I guess two things. One is that our business case would not require it, and we feel that the market proposal for this housing would be independent. And secondly, after the project build is finished, Kneehill County wouldn't be asked for anything in addition. And the Trochu Town Council would be, in essence, the owner through its municipal corporation, Trochu Housing Corporation. And the option to provide for any taxation in support of Trochu Housing Corporation would always be there, but the requirement is not foreseen based on the demand for this, the sustainability of the operations based on other operations of similar new builds. I guess I would add just one other thing in terms of the business case for operating the project once it opens. And it's no longer a project, it's an operational financial model. And there is sufficient free cash flow as well as the ability to adjust prices as opposed to receiving taxation support from the town.
Continuing, I guess, you again brought up the business model and the projections within that business model and the fact that it does show free cash. My assumption would be that free cash is either going to go into a reserve for the future replacement of that facility or is going to go into operations. So you're fairly confident that the business model that you've provided to us is fairly realistic and based on projections for 20, 30, 50-year life, that is a sustainable number?
Yes. Yes, the net operations, if you understand the partnership for the risk for the building, will be with the town, and operations will be managed with covenant care or covenant caregiving management of the operations. And they are confident they can manage within the operating budget we have presented in our business case. And any excess funds will first go to capital reserve, and only on an exception basis would some of those funds be available to support the operations in a particular bad year.
Okay, I'll continue. I guess the last question I would have at this point in time anyway is really ultimately the risk to Kneehill County is of course the 20 million for the 5 years and the impact that has on our debt limit, but also in the long-term picture is the financial viability of the town of Trochu is a concern, because ultimately if that was to fail, and the mayor of Trochu has made that known in the past, that their fallback would be Kneehill County. So ultimately, if everything was to go sideways, and I mean, no one anticipates that, but if everything was to go to sideways, then basically Kneehill County would become responsible for both the town and this project if things went in the direction that was implied to us previously. So I am concerned that even though the numbers look good and even though everybody's talking very positively at this point, the long-term concern for Kneehill County has to be the viability of this project and how it affects the viability of the town of Trochu. So that is a fairly large concern, and I guess I'd like to have you address that a little bit as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good question. That would be, the roll-up would be the Trochu Housing Corporation would roll up to the town, and the town would normally roll up to either the county or the province, but assuming what the mayor has said is the way it would go. The project would basically have $8 million equity on a $32 million or $8 million borrowing obligation on $32 million project. So they would have significant equity to begin with. Secondly, Covenant Care would probably be in a position of taking on ownership as opposed to Kneehill County, and that would probably be the first course of action to remove Kneehill County from any obligation.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now. I'll let someone else on council take it from there.
Councillor Christie.
I guess my view on the project itself, it somewhat supports the viability of Trochu, or that would be my view, that it's 65 plus jobs in the community, and probably half of them are rural, being housewives working off farm. One of my concerns is we're going to be in the middle of a provincial election. If this government awards the grants, government changes, can that be clawed back?
Yes, it could be clawed back, but it's very unlikely. More likely is that it would possibly ask for changes in the project to meet Alberta Health or Alberta housing requirements. I've seen that happen. But on the other hand, usually commitments made are honored, both in the amounts and in the original design. And again, the commitment to the town is a long-term commitment. The demand is definitely there, and the commitment from whatever government's in power to the town and to Kneehill doesn't change drastically, so I don't think clawback is likely. It would be more likely that if a new government wanted more beds of a certain type to meet the demand that they would like, that would be a change, but it shouldn't be a change in the total cost of either the project or the operations.
Thank you.
And certainly, if I might just add that on the 65 jobs, at least more than half of those will be replacement jobs that are at St. Mary's. St. Mary's is well beyond the standards of providing good care and is in need of replacement. So if St. Mary's didn't exist, those jobs wouldn't exist either, regardless of where the people come from for the employment. But yes, the new jobs would be an economic impact for the town.
Are there any other questions from council? I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Smaldon. The projected cost of this facility is $32 million. How current is that number?
That current is based on an actual build with inflation adjustment. So we believe it's very realistic. Should a tender come in higher than that, then certainly we would limit our budget to 32 million regardless and look for ways to accomplish this project. And any cost overruns would be factored into the $32 million budget so that was the upper limit.
So when you're talking about changing the scope, are you talking about changing the scope of the project to keep it at the 32 million?
No, I'm talking about decisions within the scope.
All right. And I guess my next question would be how solid is the $5 million commitment in the life lease part of this?
Before the project would proceed and making sure that the funds were available to support the $32 million project, the life lease would go through pre-sales, and pre-sales would get a signed lease agreement with a deposit of 10% of the amount up front. So pre-sales would be done to get to a level where this demand is shown and justified in building these during the period of the planning of the first 9 months. So that pre-sale would occur during that first 9 months of planning prior to the budget being approved for the project. And so therefore we gain confidence that way.
Okay, so you're looking at getting a commitment on the 5 million. Is that prior to or post getting the grant?
We have to apply for the grant because it's the largest share, and from the grant then we move to pre-sales.
Okay, so first you would get the grant and then you would put out the life lease portion of that. Am I correct?
Right, so the largest amount of money would be from the grants, and then we would have confidence to go offer pre-sales.
Okay, so you offer the pre-sales, and if you don't meet the $5 million commitment, just throwing it out there.
Well, that's an option to not have 100%. Again, this scenario is based on 85% occupancy for operations. And if there was a shortfall in sales, that would have to be factored into the residual after the project, which would be carried by the town in covenant.
So that could possibly change the $8 million loan that you're looking for.
It could potentially, but at the time, we are also managing towards that target. There are decisions that can be made in both capital and operations to facilitate getting to hit that $8 million.
And how many life lease units are we talking here?
There are 24.
24. Thank you. Councillor Keever.
What would be the approximate cost of that 10% buy-in on the private side?
Not sure what you mean cost. The cost per unit you're talking about?
Yeah, like I'm old. what would I have to put up?
Right, so it would be in the range of about $225,000 per unit.
The 225 is the total amount, or that's 10%?
No, the total cost of the 100% life lease would be in the order of $225,000. A 10% deposit would be $22,500. The way that the deposit would work is a deposit would be required to secure and hold the unit with a signed lease. And then after construction and upon move-in, then the balance of the 90% would be due and payable.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Would you by any chance know how many people have withdrawn from the other facilities that you have? We have experienced, a lot of people going home as opposed to staying in a facility. They go back to their kids or their previous home. Have you experienced that in the other communities that you're at?
Are you referring to the pandemic?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Our experience certainly in Mountain View is that we've had very few people move out to go back to their family. I think I could count out of 300, there's probably maybe 3 or 4 that I could mention. But I think it's a very low percentage.
Thank you.
Are there any other? Councillor Keever.
So going back to this $225,000, if I went for it and then I pulled the plug, is this a saleable amount is this a saleable asset, or is it just gone?
No, ownership of the asset is with the town and Trochu Housing Corporation at all times. This is a lease of the space, so it's a right to use for the time that you need it. And the money that you give us as $225,000 would be held as a deposit, because basically you're helping finance the construction. And when the lease that you have is terminated and your amount is refunded, the next person who takes the unit would give us their deposit. So there's no resale and no purchase. It's simply a lease and a right to use.
Does council have any more questions for Mr. Smalden? Councillor King.
Just, Sam, if you would clarify, the life lease, my understanding is, and I've had parents involved in a very similar situation, is that basically it does purchase your opportunity to live within the facility, and then there are fees for your presence there following. So I pay the $225,000 life lease. What are the impacts on me for monthly maintenance of my presence in that facility?
Right. The current operating amount that would be paid monthly, because the deposit would be held and returned, so that doesn't go towards the operating costs. The current monthly operating costs would be in the order of $2,000 per month, and that would pay for all of the operations. And this is a similar model based on what is used in Mountain View County for Olds and Sundry life lease. And it's also based on a life lease model that has operated for over 25 years in Edmonton. And my understanding is the model has been around longer than that. There are many different types of life lease models. This is the one that has the least risk for the resident. And therefore the monthly cost is paying for basically their rent while they're there. And the money that is their life lease deposit is helping finance the build, and then is repaid to them when they terminate the lease.
So again, following up, if I could, so their monthly cost, basically rent, is that $2,000. that gives them basically, does it give them housekeeping and that's about it? And then the maintenance of their unit? And then any other costs for their living would be just like as if they were anywhere else, their own groceries, et cetera, right?
No, the only cost is for the rent. They are fully independent, and if they wish to have housekeeping or they wish to have meals, those are basically selected as individual prices that they can add if they wish. Again, the amount for rent is one rent per unit. If there are two people, it's still just one amount.
Okay, so it's basically like renting the unit, and the life lease deposit just gives them the right to have that unit, which is refundable upon termination of their lease.
Correct.
If they move from the life lease into a different level of care within the facility, their life lease money is refunded, and then they just move on, and then they would pay whatever the fees would be for the care that they receive at whatever level they would need, correct?
That's correct. And again, just as support, we've been operating in Olds for the last 8 to 9 years on this model and have had no issues when people move for medical reasons, or should they pass away, the funds would go to their estate. And in Sundre, we've operated this way for the last 4 to 5 years.
Councillor Christie?
The life leases in both Olds and Sundre are both full, or the vacancy rate there is fairly low?
At present, during the pandemic, it's around 70%. We previously have been up closer to 95%. But again, our budget in Mountain View County is based on 70% to break even and have no negative impact. Anything above 70% would be positive cash flow or positive bottom line. And again, this business case in this is based on 85%. And that 70% in Mountain View County has been just during the pandemic. We expect it to pick up after the pandemic. There is a hesitancy for people to move in, but people have not moved out. And that's due to the pandemic.
Does council have any more questions? Just to get back to the life lease again, Mr. Smaldon, the $225,000, if I was to purchase a life lease, I would put down the $225,000. I would not be responsible for any costs until I move, or any rent until I move in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I move in, spend optimistically 2 years, and then I move into a higher level of service or higher level of care. What are those costs per month? Do you happen to know that number?
Yeah, the average price current dollars for the 40 beds of 24-hour care is around $2,500 per month. And that's per individual. And basically in the lodge, without subsidy, the market would be around $3,000 per month. And that's a different type of care. That's not 24/7 care. That would be similar to home care, which is scheduled during the daytime. But that would be full supports for both of those. That would be 3 meals a day, fully including housekeeping and activities. So the full program.
Okay. Have you noticed an increase in costs since COVID?
We've had increased costs that have been covered by the provincial government. So yes, we've had increased costs and those have been subsidized by the provincial government. We've also had lost revenue, which is vacancies when people would pass away, again mentioning that people would not move in during a pandemic. So that we hope is a temporary indication. Our facilities in Olds have had over 100% for the last decade and subject to the pandemic. So we feel that when the pandemic is over, our fill factor will go back and bring us back to 100%. So the pandemic has had those types of impacts for us. That's what we're experiencing. We don't believe that affects the demand. We just expect it affects people's interest in moving in during a pandemic.
Okay, but ultimately, you haven't raised the rent, I guess is a way of putting it, because of the extra costs for the pandemic.
Oh, no increase in price due to the pandemic, correct.
Okay, all right. Does council have any other questions for Mr. Smolden? Councillor King.
I'm just wondering if it's appropriate if our managers have any questions that we haven't asked and had answered, whether it be appropriate for them to have opportunity to ask and get those questions resolved as well. I guess my only reason for suggesting that is if the questions aren't answered now by Mr. Smolden, we won't be able to get those answers later. So
I absolutely agree with your line of reasoning, Councillor King. And now we have Mr. McKinnon before us. Anytime, Bill.
If you could, Mr. Smallwood, just the language of the suggested motion is council provide financial backing. Does that imply that if you cannot secure financing in the marketplace, the county would be cash flowing based on the proposal and schedule on page 2 of the letter?
No, financing would be approved prior to starting the project. The intention would be to use debenture borrowing and not market financial institution.
Okay, so maybe I'll word it a different way. How will the cash deficiencies during construction be financed?
Well, there would be an approved line facility before we start, so that's how they would be financed.
And that would be secured through the private marketplace, or?
No.
Who's actually going to flow the money for cash flow purposes?
The money for the 20 million borrowing would come from debenture and would come to the town based on the county backing.
Okay, thank you.
And that money would be used to pay cash flow for the project.
Are there any other questions from council or staff? Well, seeing none, I'd like to thank you for attending today's meeting through Zoom, Skype, video conference, I guess it is. And thank you very much for coming in and answering the questions. I hope they've all been answered now, but we will be dealing with this further on in our agenda. So if we don't have any more questions, I think we're good.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, you're more than welcome. Thank you. And
Thanks.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. Our next agenda item, from what I can tell, will be 5.4.1, capital replacement for fire. Welcome Deb, welcome Dan. Yes, anytime you're ready, go for it.
Great, thank you very much, Council. So we bring to you today capital replacements for fire. There are some recommended motions in front of you. That Council increases the level of service for tender replacements to purchase a tender with pump capability, increasing the purchase from 475 to 575 on the capital equipment plan. That Council increases the level of service for the brush truck replacements to purchase type 6 trucks, increasing that purchase from $100,000 to $200,000 on the capital equipment plan. And that Council recommends the capital equipment plan annual contribution be increased by $66,000 to reflect those increase in costs and increase in level of service. And I kind of just want to pause for a second and just let you know that there's lots of options that we've included in this RFD for you guys to take a look at. And you have every right to choose a different option than what we've recommended there, because we can work within whatever option you guys choose. So, and there can be a mix of those options going forward. So the background for this RFD is that the Torrington tender 45 is past due its replacement, and we've pushed it back to 2021. Again, however, that may be delayed if you so choose, because it's not a frontline pumper. Through the ICF negotiations, we've taken on replacement of brush truck in carbon and also placed it on our capital replacement plan for 2021. In the November 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting, administration was to return to council with some more research on whether to increase the level of service by purchasing a tender combo unit instead of just a tender in Torrington, and to purchase a different type of brush truck for carbon, also increasing that level of service. So the discussion and options are below here. There's so options include decreasing the level of service, maintaining the level of service, and increasing the level of service in regards to the fire apparatus that we're talking about. So the tender replacement. So Torrington Station in 2021, so we have actually 6 tenders in the entire fleet, but we're talking about specifically that tender replacement for Torrington. So option 1 would be to decrease the level of service and replace it with a water hauler only, which there currently is no pumping capability with that water hauler that's in the hall right now. Council has the option to delay that purchase of that tanker until 2022. Option 2 is maintaining the level of service, replacement of that tanker with some slight increases in water capacity, but still no pump, and it's still a single-use resource. We use mutual aid right now to combat the fires, and Dan can talk a little bit more specifically on that mutual aid operations. So the cost per unit rate is $475 to maintain that level of service. Option 3 would be to increase the level of service. So multi-use equipment results in quicker fire knockdown and possible loss reduction. Combination units increase the capability of responding department to the initial intervention stages of firefighting. And we also go to motor vehicle collisions as well for scene safety and to support those scenes. This will give the best service over the years of service and increase the safety on scene and reduces firefighter fatigue, having the right equipment there. Water capacity to increase to 300 imperial gallons and has 25 minutes of water supply. Cost per unit is $575. Brush truck replacement in the carbon station in 2021. So as through the ICF negotiations, we've taken on many of the brush trucks, and so this was one of them that was assumed to be replaced in 2021. So option one would be decreasing the level of service. So ICF agreement doesn't state the actual replacement year, but it was assumed that putting it on the capital plan with the life expectancy of 15 years would put it as a replacement of 2021. And the costs are unknown, and because it's agreement related, I'm not exactly sure where that puts it. It might just be more of a conversation back to carbon in regards if that's put off for another year and delaying that purchase. Maintaining the level of service, currently we're a low end type 6 if we want to push it that far. And we can make minor improvements to that existing setup to a cost of 120. So right now on the capital replacement plan, it's 100,000. And if possible, we'd like to increase that to 120. The other option is increasing the level of service. And so that is an actual true type 6, and we go up to $200,000. The capital replacement plan, should these recommendations be adopted, the capital replacement plan would have further impacts. So if we changed all of the tenders from 475 to 575 and all the brush trucks from 100 to 200, that would have some big impacts in the long run. So the financial implications, so short-term impacts, recommended changes to the 2021 capital budget based on the recommended motions. The Torrington tender would go from 475 to 575, and the brush truck would go from 100 to 200. Again, you have options to change those for sure. Even the carbon brush to go from 100 to 120. After more consultation, that seems to be an okay option for carbon's brush replacement. Long-term impacts are there. Tender is useful life 20 years. We have 6 units. Brush trucks useful life is 15 years, and we have 5 units. So the options are all included there for both the tender and the brush trucks. And I think that's about that, if you have any questions.
Questions from council? Ms. Grossfield. Go ahead, Councillor Christie.
I guess my question is there an opportunity here for a hybrid model where we have 3 with pumping capacities, 3 without, or to go to 5 with pumping? Could we put one tanker in Linden Acme, or I'm asking the question.
Through the Reeve, I'd say anything is possible. Did you want me to bring up Dan? Dan, did you want to answer that question? Okay, we'll switch it up.
Good morning, Council. Through the Reeve, Councillor Christie, for that one, ideally it's best to have tenders with pumping capability. We can run into the option where the pump on the engine could die or have issues, or we can't get close enough to dump the water, so we need to pump from that tender to the engine. So that's called a nursing operation. There's a lot more detail I can go into there. It just gives us more capability by having the pumping capability on that truck. By having it just as a straight water hauler, all it does is bring water to the scene, dumps, and then it's got to go to a pressurized source to fill. So with a pump capability, we could go to, in your district, we could go to Bigelow Dam, drop a hose in there and actually pull water out of the dam to fill the truck and then return to the scene a little quicker. Without the pump capability, we'd have to come back to a pressurized water fill station, which could increase time, turnaround time, and all that has bearing on how much water we can put on the fire.
Yeah, that answers some of my questions. Always one of my questions was whether you could suck water on without the full pressure system. Yeah, no, I guess my other question is whether we need 5 with the engines responding first, how fast, like there's 12 minutes or something before the tender would get there. Does that give a tender time to come from another fire hall with more staff? Because that's one of my concerns in the rural fire departments, is to make sure there's enough bodies to run both trucks.
Through the review, to answer that question, Councillor Christie, how we work on that one is the tender also has what's called a dump tank on it. So we've got a big, basically portable pool for the way it looks. We put that down, we set it up beside the engine, we dump the water load of that tender right there, and it's like having 2 trucks worth of water doing the initial attack while the tender goes to get another load. That way we've increased the amount of water on the scene and we've increased the actual chance of saving the structure. So whether that same tender that dropped the first load in there comes back, or we get a mutual aid tender come in the meantime, we can actually increase the amount of water flow that we have and have a higher chance of saving the structure. So more drop tanks down, 2 maximum. With that, we've got a better capability of actually maintaining an aggressive fight on the fire and saving more structures or more exposures of outside buildings and that from the building that's actually involved in the fire.
Thank you.
Councillor King.
So with our current system of mutual aid, if pick a hall responds to a fire, they usually have mutual aid dispatched when they're sent to that fire. So my most recent experience was a fire at Trochu, and they had tender trucks delivering water to that fire site from 2 other halls plus their own. And they had set up that portable tank, and so the engine that was working the fire primarily had plenty of water to work with because the shuttle service had gotten going. So other than the advantage of being able to pull from a water source that might be closer, i.e. pump onto the truck rather than having to go to pressurized supply, I guess I'm just trying to justify in my head, it's $100,000, but it's times 6. And, you know, it seems like if a fire hall gets an improvement, the next fire hall wants that improvement and or improvement on that improvement. So does the current system work as it is with mutual aid? And do we really need to consider the increase in service levels on the tanker trucks? I guess that would be my question. Ultimately, is what we're doing working? I know there's some convenience that might be attached to having a pumper on that tanker, but is it really required with the mutual aid system that we have in place?
Okay, through the Reeve, Councillor King, on that one, I can take you back to that first fire that I was on with you in that field out east of Trochu, Highway 836 and 330. On that fire there, we had the water hauler here from Three Hills come out, and that was our first one, and we had the bush trucks. The disadvantage we had was that truck, the only thing we could do was drop the tank and dump the water. We had to wait on that particular scene until the tractors got there to do cultivating and that. Had that particular tender had a pumping capability, we could have knocked that fire down a lot quicker and it wouldn't have expanded once that big truck got there, and used our smaller ones to save what they did in the scrub and brush where we know these bigger units will get stuck. On the current system, it works, yes. It can be better because of the pumping capability. So if we can pull to a drafting source of somebody's dugout, Bigelow Dam, Keevers Lake, whatever we've got for an opportunity for a large water body, that cuts down our time. So when you made reference to what we call a tender shuttle, all that has bearing on how much water we can put on the fire. So if we only have enough to provide 360 liters a minute, we're only doing what's called exposure protection and protecting the outside buildings. We cannot save the structure. We literally have to let it go. Some of that might be dependent on the time. It could take the department too long to get there, but I'm pretty sure some residents would prefer to lose one structure than the whole farm. So that gives us the opportunity with that more pumping capability to do that. With the pump on the truck, that expanded level gives an extra layer of insurance to that particular department. So that way we have more water and we have it closer. With a 10-minute round trip versus a 35-minute round trip has a huge bearing on how the system works. I hope that answers your question, Councillor King.
If I could just follow up. So let's say at that specific fire, both trucks had pumping capability. So they arrive on scene, they both begin to fight the fire because they have pumping capability, then they're both out of water. Now what's our option? We no longer have an engine pumping water, nor do we have a tanker pumping water. So we're still looking at mutual aid and having water delivered to that fire by other departments. So I recognize having that pump and the ability to suck water on is really an advantage. I'm not sure there's an advantage to having the 2 trucks capable of fighting the fire if we're relying on water capacity from that tanker to help service that engine. So I guess I understand, but if we get 2 trucks there with water on board and they both expend that water fighting the fire and we still haven't got mutual aid in place, we're out of business anyway. So I guess my question is really, other than the fact that we can get water closer, is there real advantage to having that pump on that tanker or not?
Through the Reeve, Councillor King on that one, I can speak from experience up in Red Deer County on that. We've got it set up with every truck up there has a pump. The fact is, no matter what system we have, we're still relying on that mutual aid to keep that water level coming. If we have the pump capability, we have that initial attack to get the maximum water and knock it down quicker. A fire grows in size or doubles in size every 30 seconds. So if we can hold that back until we get more resources there with that extra pumping capability, then we can re-roll the trucks into that tender shuttle. At that point, we may or may not need the pumping capability, but when we first have that fire come on and we get to scene, we want to hit it hard and fast so that we can knock it down quick and save more. That's the purpose behind having that pump capability on the truck.
Thank you.
Councillor Kiever.
So a tanker truck, everything is just gravity flow off of it? There is no, like, when you talk pumper, you're saying a pumper has the ability to suck, or it can just have gravity flow going into the pump?
Through the Reeve, on that particular note, Councillor Kiever, with a fire-rated pump on there, we can do what's called drafting, so we can pull onto the truck, or we can do the attack where we can actually use the pressure of that to push out. With the current way, all tenders are set up to have a jet dump on the back to be able to dump the whole volume of that truck in 3 minutes into that dump tank so that we can get it back out to get more water. That's the purpose of having that shuttle set up. So we've got all 3 systems on there. With the current truck that we have in Torrington, all it has is a couple of trash pumps that were bought after the truck was purchased that do not have the volume to make it safe if it was the only truck we had there for an attack purpose. The examples that are stated here, 470 liters per minute is what we need to save a firefighter to go as an interior attack. So if they get the scene and it's viable to knock that building down, to knock the fire down and save the structure, we've got many examples of that from all the fire departments that are currently in use in our system to save the structures. Torrington's had it where they've been on scene and had the fire knocked down in 11 minutes. Acme's had it with, when I first started, they had a fire on Heritage Drive. With the amount of water that they had while they're waiting for Linden to come in to help them, they got an initial knockdown and held it down. Once Linden got there, the mutual aid aspect worked, but they still had to set up a tender shuttle. So with all that, coming back to your question there of just having the gravity drain, it limits the resource. We're only looking at one particular aspect of the truck. If we incorporate this on there over a 20-year period, we're gaining a good use of the truck and we have a chance to re-roll it through its whole life. If we have it just as a gravity drain water hauler, we're limiting it to just that. And then if we've got large structures or a large fire where we need multiple resources, we're going to have to reach out to extra counties to bring it in and just have this thing drive to pressurized sources and bring the water back and dump it by gravity. Whereas if we've got a pump capability, we can't get that truck close enough to use the dump tank. We can actually pump off that truck into a truck farther up the road. And that's called a relay pumping thing. And that's another tactic that the firefighters have.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Is there a reasonable way to make this work if we only approve that on 2 of the trucks, let's say Torrington and Linden? Is that an advantage, or do you really feel it's all 6 or none?
Through the Reeve Council, or Deputy Reeve, for that one, it's advantageous to have the pumps on all the apparatus. it gives us that extra tool. So if we can knock it down within that department and not have mutual aid come in, we keep those districts protected. If we pull all the mutual aid to one site, then we've got a lack of protection in other areas, and we've got to balance what we've got for the whole system in the county. So it's looking at the larger scene too, not just at that one particular scene. We've had days last summer where we've had multiple scenes. We had one down at Carbon, we had one at Swalwell, where we had mutual aid resources well involved in that. So if we've got that, we can balance our resource assets in the county to make sure that we've got adequate coverage in case we've got something else pop up while a scene is active.
Councillor Christie.
On the brush trucks, going from 100,000 to 200,000, a lot of them are set up with a skid. What's the life expectancy of the skid versus the truck? Like if we change the trucks to the $200,000 value with a skid in them, 15 years from now, if we change just the truck and upgrade the skid, is that a cost savings or not?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Christie on that one, with having the skid, it's basically lifted off, put a new cabin chassis under it, and away we go. We can keep it going. For the pump capability, it's just maintenance on the pump. If we find that it degrades, we can spend upwards to $5,000 on a pump, depending on what model we get, and have just change out the pump when we need it, and we can extend the life of that. The rest of the skid is a tank, so long as the tank doesn't crack or break, we can have that tank for as long as we need. And the plumbing on that, as long as we have that in good shape, we can make additions, amendments, or changes, modifications as we go. So we get long life out of that. Foam capability, there's ways that we can add to and take away from that'll improve and all that. So realistically, once you have a skid, it's a long-term device, and we can add and take away pump systems to it. So the price of the 100 to 200,000, I've done some more research, and as Deb mentioned earlier, we can keep it down in the 120 to 150 range. The 200,000 range that we requested initially was to buy from a manufacturer. The reason I brought that one to council was the difficulty we had with a previous build. We have a way to make that work better now with project management that we've got in place, as you've seen from the 4 trucks that we received this year. For myself being well involved in that and working with all the departments and their input, making sure what they requested and what we required of them was actually on those trucks, we've got a very, very good truck for 20 years for the value that we spent.
Councillor Kiever.
So the maintenance costs go up quite a bit if you're sucking water out of the Bigelow Dam instead of out of a water reservoir. It's going to be much harder on the pumps, right? So depending on where this truck is, you could be replacing that pump every, what, 5 years? At what cost?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Kiever, on that particular one, all of our trucks that we currently have in service for the engines, we do annual pump tests on them, and they have to be able to pull a draft on 20 feet worth of hose. So at the end of the hose, we've got a strainer on it to make sure that it doesn't bring stuff into the pump. Plus, we've got extra stuff in line to make sure that whatever contaminants are there don't get into the pump and damage the pump. Last year, we spent a bit of money on Linden's pumps, so on their engine and their tender, just due to some damage that they had. Their engine is at half-life, so it was bought in 2010. That one, at 10 years, we put $16,000 into that pump. The other ones with the annual testing, so long as they pass, we don't have to do any maintenance on them. They're good, they're ready to go. As for yearly costs, I don't have a breakdown right now in front of me to give you actual annual costs, but to break down what I've seen, a rough estimate, with our current plan that we have in place, we stay well within the budget that we've allotted for these trucks to make sure they work. And it's no harder work on the pump to draft than it is for the pump to actually pump and put pressure to the hose. So it's operating in what it's designed to do.
Councillor King.
So let's go back to the brush truck again. My understanding is that if we maintain the level of service, what we're talking about is taking the skid off the existing brush buggy and putting it onto a new frame and chassis and engine. If we increase the level of service, my understanding was that we were going to a different suspension system, different type of vehicle, plus we would be getting a different skid to go on that vehicle. Am I correct in that or not?
Through the Reeve, the only thing that we would do, Councillor King, for that one, to increase the level of service, to make it a full, proper Type 6 pump, is we just have to add the low pressure, or what they call normal pressure, the 100-pound pressure pump to that particular skid. The current high pressure that's on there would work fine, and that skid that they have in carbon is still adequate and still has a long life in it. The only thing is the truck body that's there belongs to the Village of Carbon, so we would just take the skid off and remount it on something new.
Okay, just follow up for clarity. So then, whether we went to a higher level of service or not, are we putting the same truck underneath it that we would be in either option? So is the same truck going under option 2, maintaining the level of service, and under option 3? So is the frame, the capability, 4-wheel drive, blah, 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 engine, all of that the same, or is it different in the two options?
Through the Reeve, on that particular one, Councillor King, we were entertaining the thought of going up to an F550 from an F350 chassis. More research that I've done, we want to keep bush trucks nimble. We want them to be in, do what they need to do quick and fast, come out, get water, and go back in. So by having them on too big of a frame, I've readjusted what we need there. To stay with a 1-ton frame is what we need, something quick and agile to get in, knock it down, come back out and get more water, go back in, do the job. So bumping up to the F550, which was what we were looking at initially, is not the direction we want to go. So we want to use what's currently out there of the 1-ton frame. So we want to keep the same size frame that's currently in use.
Okay, so you're going to really have to help me out here then. If we're talking the same truck and chassis ending up the 1-ton in option 2 and option 3, then we're no longer purchasing a true Type 6 regardless, is what you're telling me. And so then I struggle with the extra 100,000 and the rationale behind why we would need that extra 100,000.
Through the Reeve, to answer those particular ones, Councillor King, for the extra 100,000, we were looking at the F550 chassis, and those prices from the one manufacturer we were looking at came in north of the $200,000 mark. So we've opted not to go there. To buy from a manufacturer and not build our own, they're in the 180, 190,000 range. So that's to build what we have out there. Adding a low pressure pump to the system and having a new skid. To reuse what we have to make it through this period, we can add to it and still save money. So I've done a little bit more research since this RFD has actually come to you. That's why there's some new information here.
Okay, if I could continue, then basically what you're saying to me is we're not talking 200,000 any longer. So if you got what you're suggesting to us today, we're talking that 120 to 150 number that you had mentioned earlier, and that would allow us to put a new frame, chassis, truck underneath that skid and allow us to put on now the normal pressure pump.
Through the Reeve, yes, Councillor King. Okay, I'm going to let Deb jump in here.
Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, through the Reeves. As part of the ICF agreement, though, we did not purchase the carbon brush truck. So that would be another negotiation to actually take that skid off and put it on the current truck, because we didn't purchase that brush truck. We only put it on as a brand new replacement. So I believe the 120 includes building a new skid too. So that's a complete new truck with a new skid. So the option one for the brush truck is delay the purchase. Number two is that we can build a new truck, new setup completely without using the old skid.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So basically what we're talking in option two, if we're in that 120 to 150, would be an entirely new truck, new skid, new everything. So the capabilities would be all brand new once that vehicle arrives.
Yes, correct. And then that, if you did go down to the, looking at the capital annual contribution, then that would take, if you went down to the 120, it would take the capital contribution to 35,336 instead of the 66, which in the, as a recommended motion there, the last recommended motion is to increase the annual contribution to 66. That would take that down if you made that choice to do option two for the brush truck, down to 35,336.
Okay, so forward thinking again, we make this change. We really haven't increased service level. We have increased the capacity slightly. So then when we look at replacing the other brush trucks that are in the fleet, we would be looking at basically doing a similar type changeover. So then our long-term implication is going to be that 120 plus or minus for all of those units going forward.
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Kiefer.
There's a few costs involved with putting this platform on a different chassis. Like, it isn't, that platform isn't a self-powered unit, is it? You got to take power off of the truck that you're putting it onto. And this is where the cost is running up on a truck, the getting up to $120,000. Is it because of the conversions that's needed on the truck?
It is, and the cost of the whole new decking, right? So it's a whole new deck. So we built the Torrington one for $100,000 is what we built. So that's why we changed that capital plan to $100,000. However, now that we have a new fire chief and some different technical expertise, he is recommending that we go to $120,000 because that would just change up the cabinet structure, the way that we built that truck. So we built Torringtons. However, after we built Torringtons, there's definitely some modifications that we would make to make it a better truck than what we currently have. So there were some lessons learned from that truck, and that's why we're requesting to go from 100 to 120, if that answers your question.
Okay, I have a question to ask, and I don't know if you're the one to answer it, Deb, but what is currently on Torrington's tender? Do they have monitor on it? No monitor, but they have a trash pump that they can fill the tank from something other than a pressurized source?
Yeah, I'll let him answer that.
Sorry to keep you guys bouncing back and forth.
That's okay, Mr. Eve. So currently on Torrington's tender, they purchased a low pressure and a high pressure trash pump and put it on there. The pump is only, I don't know what the capacity is, but it's a really low volume. So
You're talking the one that fills the tender.
yeah, it's a 50 gallon per minute pump, whereas the pump that we'd be looking at would be 750 to 1250 gallons per minute. So considerable less time to fill that tender using the pump versus that trash pump.
Well, you're telling me that that'll fill that truck in 1 minute if it's a 1,500 gallon tanker.
Yes, yeah, and that's the whole point, is to have the amount of time as we're filling reduced so that we can get that water to the scene quicker and maintain that aggressive attack to knock those fires down. If we've got a 50 liter per minute pump, you can do the math, and it's quite a considerable time. If we're talking 20 minutes to fill the pump, we've lost a lot more. Whereas if we got 5 or 10 minutes, plus the travel time, we can maintain that water attack going on that structure and save potentially more of that ratepayer.
So the same pump that would be pressuring that tank tender would be the same pump that fills that tender?
Correct.
Okay. So do you happen to have an idea on what a 3-inch trash pump capacity per minute is?
Depends on what we spec out, Mr. Reeves. So currently, I think it's only a 2-inch that's on there, and I don't have the specs in front of me, so I'm not going to lead you down the wrong
okay.
path.
Okay. Does council have any other questions? Councillor King.
So again, future thinking here, just for my own clarity. So Carbon, we're buying a whole new truck, whole new skid, building it the way we want it. So comes Carbon's turn down the road, we're buying a truck to go under the skid, we're taking the skid off, putting it on our truck, maybe making some minor adjustments. You still feel we're probably in that 120,000, even though we're reusing a skid in this case? I understand, you know, increased cost if we are building a completely new truck for Carbon, but do you anticipate that cost is going to stay the same if we're just moving a skid from either Trochu or Three Hills or Carbon's truck onto a new chassis? You think we'd still be in the 120?
Through the reef, for that one, Councillor King, there would be obvious savings to reuse the equipment. When I talked with Chief Lauren up in Red Deer County yesterday, they've had a recent build where they reused it and they saved a considerable amount of money by doing that. So we'd be close to, but we wouldn't be tickling the full 120. It all depends on what we get the cab and chassis for, what we get all the other ancillary equipment that we need for it, for this truck to be put in service. So that's where the dollar value comes in. Basically what I'm asking for is the ceiling amount. If we come in under, for lack of a better term, we're going to look good for you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? Councillor Hugo, do you have any questions?
I'm just curious on the brush truck. If we go with a 1-ton cabin chassis, he's putting all that equipment on there. How safe is that actually for the actual firefighters? Because you're going to be so overloaded. Are we looking at more heavier or more increased wear on that chassis than we would if we went to a 1.5-ton or a 2-ton truck?
Through the reef, Councillor Hugo, on that particular one, we'll limit the water size on that. A 300-gallon tank is what we need for a true Type 6. So we can limit the amount of water, and we don't have to get the top ones. We can bring the weight down lower to keep the center of gravity down and spread that load around. We'd look at different tire options, et cetera, to distribute that. Once we go to the 1.5 to 2-ton chassis, it comes down to proper driver training so that we can ensure that whoever's taking that unit out knows what they're doing. Once we get into duals, it's been shown on most fire scenes, they tend to go down instead of forward. So we prefer that they keep mobile.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Hogan.
Just to follow up on a question from before, through you, Mr. Reeve, is when we're talking about the carbon brush truck, one of the costs involved in there, and this is in response to a question you asked, Councillor King, and I just want to make sure that there's some clarity on that. We, as part of the ICF negotiation, we didn't purchase that unit. We did in some of the other municipalities, but there were some differences with carbon. That also means we didn't purchase the deck that's on that unit. So whether we build a deck or we use the deck that's existing, there's still a transaction that has to take place there. So if we did reuse the deck that is existing in carbon right now, that would be a negotiation, like a valuation and a negotiation we'd have to undertake with the village to purchase that deck so that we could put it on a new unit. So there's going to be a cost there either way.
So for this particular vehicle that we are looking at, or bush truck that we are looking at, it could change when we're into different municipalities.
I think it'd be relatively stable across them. You know, whether we're, and I mean, Dan and Deb can jump in on this as well, is whether we're fabricating that deck or whether we're purchasing it, there's a cost there either way. In most cases, I think we'd probably end up fabricating. But if there is the opportunity, if the deck is good and usable, that being said, there is also a consultation that's undertaken there with the fire chiefs in terms of, as Deb mentioned, there were lessons learned from other decks. So even if that deck is good, they may want a change just to increase the operational ability. Dan's commented around weight distribution and things like that. You might undertake those anyway and leave it to the village to sell that deck to another department and recoup that cost themselves. So there's options there, but you know, whether you fabricate or you purchase an existing one, it's still going to be tied into that, call it the 120.
Councillor King.
I guess my assumption in this whole discussion is that regardless of whether we're buying a deck from another municipality or fabricating our own, we're not going to gift that municipality with enough money to push us past but we could do it on our own. So the assumption is we're going with the best cost option, and we're going to exercise our own discretion, and that's my assumption, is that's the way we would approach it. And so I think that whether we're using their deck or buying our own, we're looking at what's best in terms of the long-term costs of the projects.
Okay, are there any other questions? Because unfortunately, we're the ones that are going to be making the decision here. So we've come to the point of determining what we're going to buy for a tender, or what we're going to purchase for a tender, and what we're going to purchase for a brush truck. The prices have changed a little bit from this RFP. Am I correct in that assumption?
Through Mr. Eve, just on the brush truck, I did some more research and found some better value.
Okay, so the option 3 number of 200,000 is not the number?
We don't need to go that high, Mr. Reeve, no. 150 would be a good ceiling. Looking at what we've got out there for manufacturers and talking to other municipalities, the manufacturers, for lack of a better term, build their benefit in to make sure that they sustain their companies to maintain that. Talking to ones that do manufacture their own, they find considerable savings, and we've got some good knowledge and skill in the county that we can make use of and keep it local, that we can actually benefit some businesses locally to go in that 150 range to make this thing work.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
The long-term certification of the tenders, is it any different between the one with the pump or one without the pump, and what's the life expectancy of a tender?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Christie, on that one's 20 years. No, that's correct. It doesn't matter.
Councillor King.
Tell my brain to shut off here. So if we add a pump to that tender, now we have to do pump certification. So what's the cost of pump certification? So if we had 6 tenders with 6 pumps, we have to do 6 certifications over time. So what's the cost of pump certification?
Do you have that handy, Deb? Okay, I'll let Deb come up to that.
through the Reeve to answer that question on pumping. I just did the comparison for the ICFs for operating, so it's kind of fresh in my brain without it being here. It was about $1,200, $1,100 to do the pump test and ladder test for those trucks.
Pump and ladder.
Yeah, you have to do ladder tests as well.
But
That's
you
on the
wouldn't-
truck.
Yeah, okay, but that wouldn't work, or that wouldn't count on a tender. No ladders on a tender, correct?
Some of them do have, if you're going to pumps, some of them do have them on. Because we did pumps. Okay. Anyway, the ladders were $110 to do the testing on that. So
Yeah.
either way,
Imagine the ladders are worth a little more than that.
right, to do the testing on it. And then just to go back to that RFD, though, we had talked about the second option for the brush truck to maintain that level of service, but still increase it slightly, was $120,000. We did not go to $150,000, so $150,000, I'm not exactly sure what that is. So I'm not exactly sure what the request is to take it from 120 to 150s, because we didn't present that to you. It was 120 is what we could build that carbon truck for. So just to clarify that, if you go into your motions there, the options were to delay the purchases or to go out to 120 for the brush. So that would change that motion as well, just to clarify.
Do we certify pumps on brush trucks? No? Okay.
And I noticed that on the tender, I keep coming back to the tender, sorry, I should have probably asked the questions when we were discussing the tender, but the option 2 is to maintain that level of service, which would be a single axle truck with a 1,500 gallon tank on it. Option 3 is to go to a tandem axle with a pump. Is there any sense on going with a single axle and a pump? I'm not an expert.
I've done that.
Mr. Reeve, on that particular note, we can go to single axle. I have seen departments use single axle trucks to maintain nobody having to get class 3. The only reason we were requesting the tandem axle and the 3,000 gallon is the size of the area that we've got these guys working in. It gives them more water to take to that scene to get it dealt with quicker. Again, at 470 liters a minute, with the 1,500 gallon, we've only got 14 minutes, and it's going to take longer to round trip to the water source to come back and refill. Whereas if we've got the 3,000 gallon on a tandem axle, there's 28 minutes with a single hose at 470 liters a minute. So we've got that time, and with mutual aid coming in, we've got that capability for them to come back and take care of more water. Again, it depends on how aggressive the fight is and whether we're doing exposure protection or we're actually doing an interior attack. So all that gives the incident commander those tools on the ground to make that kind of decision of what he's doing to save, or she's doing to save that particular situation.
Okay, but ultimately, the difference is one's a single axle with no pump. The other one, option 3, would be a tandem axle with a pump and monitor and all that stuff, I take it?
That's correct, Mr. Reeve. We can look at options for a single axle. So if you don't want us to go to that level for that particular haul, we can investigate that and come back to you with that.
Well, I'm not the expert here. I am not promoting a single axle over a tandem axle. I'm just asking the question. I don't want to be accused. Councillor King.
Just going to follow up on the Reeves question. So if part of the rationale behind that pump is to source water closer, if we did go with the existing vehicle with the 1,500 gallon tank, would it still make sense to have a pump on there to source water closer? And if so, what would the cost of that pump be? And so I wouldn't mind having a little more information looking at the option of maintaining that single axle 15,000 or 1,500 gallons with a pump to give you the capability of sourcing water closer.
Through the Reeve, I can get that information for you.
And that would also give you the ability to put a monitor on that single axle, and it would be a lot more nimble in a brush fire situation, not brush fire, but stubble fire situation rather than a tandem.
On that particular note, Mr. Reeve, we're looking at different tactics to try to get the heavy equipment to be anchors and stay on the roads and not so much get into the field. So if we keep it at a larger truck and keep it out of the field, that's where we've got these smaller bush trucks to run in and take care of the field, where they can take they're designed to work in those fields. Whereas we send that heavy equipment in, we've got a chance of, and you've seen history of burying the vehicle in the fields and requiring towing to get them out. There's still maybe the opportunity where they have to do that, where you've got to get close to a combine or what have you. But for the most part, we want to try to keep the heavier apparatus working where we can establish what's called an anchor and stop the fire from going past that point.
Okay, so that means that you would be saying that option 2 with a single axle would also be stationed out on the road and the bush buggies coming to it.
With the single axle, Mr. Reeve, the mindset of the team would be to take it in the field because it is later. We just want to try to get them, and this will work through training in the future of how to actually employ resources better on scenes.
So your recommendation would be not to bring the single axle into the field?
For a combine fire, we have to get in close to it. So regardless of what size truck, we've got to get there. For when we've got a brush, like a grass fire in that, the tactic would be to keep it out as best we can and let our brush trucks and those smaller vehicles get in there and do the hard work.
Okay. Councillor King?
So my assumption then is if we have a tanker that has a pump and has pumping capability and we had a combine fire, we might run the tanker into that field rather than an engine. And so we would have less weight, less potential for problems accessing wherever that fire source is if we had a pump and pump capability, even if it's on a smaller volume water tank, like 1,500 gallons.
Through the Reeve, Councillor King, yeah, that option's there. It gives the incident commander and the fire chiefs out there the resources available for them to decide how they employ the suppression systems.
Councillor Keever?
So the strategy here in the county, or the thinking, is that irregardless of what size of truck shows up initially, there is backup coming very quickly right behind, right? That will give them this large volume?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Keever, that one there, that is and will still maintain to be. Even with the pump capability, we'll still need those resources coming. And we've got the mindset out there that works the best of get everything you can rolling and then shut it down when you don't need it. Because if you don't need it, it can go back to its hull and be ready for the next scene. Whereas if you do need it, it's coming and you've got that time to deal with it. So the advantage of having the larger capacity of water gives the particular incident commander on scene the opportunity to do an aggressive fight as opposed to waiting for that larger water to get to him and have the better chance of losing the structure.
And if I may, I'm just going to add something here. So for structure fires right now, our 911 dispatch automatically tones out the second department, whatever is on their list. So if it's for Torrington, I think the automatic is Trochu. That starts rolling a tanker right away. So they're both dispatched at the same time for structure fires. So just to clarify that.
My question is licensing. I'm pretty sure my big single axle has to have a class 3 because this GVW is just over the class 5. My other comment would be my tandem's locked up, will go places my single axle will not think of. So that somewhat gives a different service between our engines that we have now versus a tandem that's locked up. Especially if you have an incident out in a field or whatever. But I know the tandems will go places locked up that the single axles won't even think about.
Councillor Kiever?
Sure would be nice if we knew exactly what kind of a fire we were going to before we got there, wouldn't it?
Well, I guess going back to the fires, how often would this equipment be used? Using historical data?
Mr. Eve, on that one, I don't have that information in front of me. The biggest thing that we're building, though, is an insurance policy for our ratepayers. When they make that call for 911, they want us to do the best we can to make sure that we save what we can. And by going this route, we give them the best tools to ensure that we do achieve that goal.
Well, what does council want to do here? Is anybody interested in getting a price on a single axle with a pump? No. Or that's not an option?
For me, I'd rather go tandem. If we're gonna buy a truck, we may as well go to tandem, because you're hauling water, it's heavy. Like 1,500 gallons isn't enough to do very much.
So then we're looking to increase the level of service. Is 2021 the year to increase the level of service? And I'm just throwing that out there. Councillor Kiever.
Is there any statistics on, we're volunteer fire departments, how many structure fires do they respond to that the structure can be resurrected after the fire is over?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Kiever, I don't have that information in front of me. So I don't have any stats to offer for that. I do know most times rural, it's the distance to get there that determines how big the save is. But when you look within our hamlets and that, we've got better saves because you're quicker in that. It's just the design of averages.
And just to clarify, if I could, so when I did the analysis of all the stats for the last 6 years, we averaged about 5 structure fires. So this past year, we actually had 4 structure fires, but they were all in towns, right? They were in our hamlets or they were in towns. So that helps, obviously, for firefighting. Where we have hydrants, however, even still, when we went into a fire in, when Acme responded to a fire in Acme, we were still at the discretion of the fire flow, the water flow in those hydrants as well, right? So to fill those engines and to fill those tanks. So it was still a bit of a issue, but yeah, I mean, and the firefighters did really great work and saved quite big portions of those structures. However, in rural, you are looking at time, so.
Councillor Christie.
Well, rural and the distance from the fire department makes a big difference on my premium.
Absolutely.
Councillor King.
Okay, so help me get this straight in terms of the decision. So if we maintain the level of service with the brush truck, with the $120,000 costing, what is that impact? Is that the $1,334? That's the change in what's expected to go to the capital equipment plan. And since we're no longer going from 100 to 200, how does that impact the capital equipment annual contribution in total for the 2021 budget? So instead of going to type 6, we maintain the level of service. We're at that 120,000 with the 1334. And so then if we increase the level of service with the pumper trucks and we maintain it with the brush trucks, how does that impact the capital equipment plan and the 2021 budget?
So if you go back to your, the main motions, the first one is increasing the level of service for the tenders, so that goes from 475 to 575. That has an impact on the capital equipment plan by 30,000, so that's gonna be $30,000. If council increases the brush truck from 100,000 to only 120, that has a different impact, and it goes to 35,336 is the total then, instead of 66,000 in the last motion. Like you'll see those three motions. So number one would stay the same. The second motion would go from 100,000 to 120,000 instead of 200. And then the last motion would be to increase it to by 33,335.
So the impact,
Correct? 35,000. Sorry, 35,000.
So the brush truck impact is $5,336.
Right.
And the total impact then becomes the 35,336. Okay, thank you. I didn't have that clear. Can we take a break so I have time to think about this a little bit?
Okay, we're gonna have a recess. Mitts and Tukes, everyone. I do have a question that I thought of. I don't know if the answer is available. I know we have 6 tenders. They're all going to be coming up for replacement. When is the next tender due for replacement? Any idea?
So we just kind of had a conversation about this. So the Three Hills tender is next, and that's to be replaced in 2022. And we did put in a budget request in the capital budget to go ahead with a $150,000 tender deposit for Three Hills this year, so that we can pre-order it so it comes in time. Because eventually that's what we'd like to do, is that we'd pre-order so that we actually get it delivered in the year that we need it to be delivered and not a year past. So we put that forward in the 2021 capital budget as another project. So Three Hills tender is next.
All righty, and then the one after that, I take it would be shortly again?
$2025 is Acme.
Okay. So there's a bit of a break there. Okay, well, we do have an RFD before us. Is there any other questions or what our council's wishes here?
My wishes or what we need?
I'm leaving that one up to you, Counselor.
Thanks. I believe that the tender should be tandems, because if we're hauling water, we're hauling water. And my farm, it's a B train. That was my next question, is when are we going to trailers? I'd make the motion to go to the 575 truck. If we're gonna buy a piece of equipment, it should have the equipment on it that it needs. I'm right on the line of the 13 mile or 13 kilometers from the fire department. I qualify just under. I realize that affects our insurance rates. So I'd make the motion that we increase the service of tender replacement at this time on this tender with the pump capacity, increasing the purchase from 475 to 575 on the capital equipment plan.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Just, sorry if I may. Just wanted to clarify, Councillor Christie, the motion on screen is the one you, is that the one you're intending to make?
Yes.
Okay, and we were just looking for that clarification, because the wording was to replace this tender. The motion is indicating that this would be the new standard.
And that's where I'm having difficulty, because I'd like to see the tenders that are closer maybe be somewhat more compatible to each other. I'm thinking Linden and Acme, whether they both need tandems, but that's down the road to, what did you say, 2025?
2025.
So whether we revisit that then, I don't know.
So that would have an effect on our capital replacement. And you've stated already that we've done, or that we're looking at doing a deposit on the next one. Councillor King.
Just as part of the discussion, I think Councillor Christie's conversation revolves around Acme Linden, 2 fire halls in relatively close proximity, and the question about whether we would need that capability in both those halls. The more remote stations, so Three Hills, Torrington, Trochu, Carbon, different firefighting capability, farther distances for them to travel. So I don't think I have a problem increasing the service standard in those more remote stations, even though they're not really super remote. And maybe we would have to revisit our conversation when it comes to ACMEs to say, is it really going to be required to have that capacity in both ACME and Linden or not? But for today, I think I'm supportive of the direction that you're taking.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I feel the same way, and so I really would prefer amended motion that would clarify to purchase a tender for the Torrington and Three Hill areas. But that's my suggestion, if we would.
I would consider that as a friendly amendment if we want to identify those two trucks.
Just before we get into amending that motion, I think that I like the motion the way it is, and I would prefer that the direction be to our managers that when we get to the situation where we're looking at Acme Linden, that we give some consideration to the capacity and whether it's actually required in those two halls. Because I think if we start to amend this and say, well, we're going to pick Three Hills and Torrington, and then what does that mean for Trochu? What does that mean for Carbon? This way it means we're considering that as the top end of where we're going to end up, and then can we trust the management side to look at it when we come to Acme and Linden to say, is it really required in both those circumstances? This way we've provided them with the funds, the ability to do that, exercise their judgment on whether it's actually necessary or not. So rather than amend the motion, I would prefer that we go through with it the way it is, and then leave it up to the managers to take the direction from council to say, you need to think about that when you get to two halls that are relatively close together.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, to follow up on Councillor King's points, I think administration would agree with that point. If you leave the motion as it is, it does set the standard, and it does leave it open that can be reviewed in the future. By setting it at this, you set the capital equipment plan at a certain level as well, so that when we do get to that point, if it is deemed that this is the level that they need, then the funding is there for it. That funding can always be reallocated if we say we don't need trucks of this size, or maybe we don't need we don't need a tanker or a tender, in each hall. That could be a possible consideration when we arrive to that date as well. But what this allows you to do, to following up on your point, is if you do decide this is the level of service in both halls, the funding is in place for it. If you get to that point as a council and decide you don't need that funding can be reallocated to other equipment, which would of course free up money elsewhere in the county to take on other investments in the community.
Is there any other discussion to the motion? Any comments? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hugo.
Before we do the motion, can we read it out because I can't see it on a screen?
Okay, I will read out the motion, and then if you have any comments to it. Councillor Christie moved that council increase the level of service of tender replacements to purchase a tender with pump capability, increasing the purchase from $475,000 to $575,000 on the capital equipment plan. Discussion? Councillor Hugo?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, well, we have a motion before us. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, now we will move on to the brush truck replacement. Councillor King.
I really like the concept of the maintain the level of service with slight enhancement. And so because of that, I'm prepared to make the motion that we, council increase the level of service for brush truck replacements to purchase, I guess it's different than what it was, to purchase replacements that will give us that, I have to go back. Let me start over again. Reverse, start over. All right. we're not really increasing the level of service, are we? We're maintaining a level of service. So my motion would be that we maintain the level of service with the enhancements suggested that would then cost the trucks to change from 100,000 to 120,000 on the capital equipment plan.
Okay, is that motion up on screen? So we are looking at option 2, am I correct? Okay. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Is everyone clear on what the motion is? Councillor Hugo, I will read it to you. Councillor King moved that council maintain the level of service for brush truck replacements to purchase brush trucks, increasing the purchase from 100,000 to 120,000 on the capital equipment plan. Any discussion?
Very good, thank you. Nope.
Okay. I will call the question then. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. We have one more motion. And is that number going to be correct? Yes, it will. Okay.
I think it's worthy to note that in taking the approach that we are taking here, that we are really talking about $31,000 savings over time on this capital equipment plan. So although we started out talking about $66,000, we are now sitting at 35, and I think that's noteworthy.
Would anyone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we recommend capital equipment plan annual contribution to be increased by $35,336 in the 2021 proposed budget.
Okay. Any discussion to that motion? Councillor Hugo?
Nope, I've got the, I heard what was said, thank you.
All righty. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Well, that brings us to the end of 4.1, or 5.4.1. Our next agenda item is 5.4.3. RCMP and council's priorities. And who gets to handle this one?
Thank you very
Welcome
much,
back.
Council. Here I am. So RCMP, we'd like to kind of streamline our annual reports from RCMP detachments. And so the recommended motion is that council moves to set the priorities as discussed. So I've left that as an open motion and given you some examples. So background, Kneehill County has 5 RCMP detachments serving our area: Three Hills, Innisfil, Drumheller, Bicycle, and Olds. All detachments have annual reports that they would like our priorities to be reflected in their yearly plans. RCMP serve our communities with focus of general administration of justice, preservation of peace, prevention of crime, and enforcement of laws, provincial, federal, and municipal. As administration meets with RCMP, we'd like to share council's priorities with each department. In order to streamline these annual reports, we're asking that council defines their priorities in order to strengthen our partnership. And so I've included some examples in here that are specific to municipalities. So those are rural crime prevention, enforcement support for municipal bylaws, regional outreach with partners to facilitate collaboration on enforcement and public education, presence in rural communities, presence at rural facilities, parks and community events, road safety, working with the rural crime watch areas in the area, and community safety through programs and workshops. So those are just a few of the priorities that, that we've included for you to take into consideration as you build that motion.
Any questions from council? Recommendations? Discussion? 2 out of 8 is good enough? 4 out of 8 is good enough? Do we need all 8 out of 8? Are we gonna get what we ask for? Councillor King?
I just note that there is no mention of staff and full complements in detachments. And I think that's one of the things as council we need to be continuing to emphasize to the RCMP is that our expectation is that we'd like to see them with a full complement of staff on hand, because then it allows them to do the other things that we're asking them to do. And if we're not pushing for it, no one's pushing for it. So I think as councils, both as the county council and as our regional partners, we should all be pushing for those complements to be met and those staff to be in place. So I'd like to see that included.
To add to that, I think the vocabulary will matter because if I understand from past sergeants' conversations with me, they're called full complement when someone's on medical leave. So I'd like to include leave or whatever vocabulary shows how many people are actively at work on that day, not just because RCMP's level is different than my thoughts of what a full complement would look like full staff working.
Any other suggestions? Is there something you want to see more priority on the list, or are we're not prioritizing these at all, are we? No, it's just, we let them prioritize? Seeing how they will anyway? Well, what's council's wishes? Any comments, Mr. Hogan?
None from administration other than that what this really does is it gives us guidance that we get these requests from the detachments each year as part of their plan. So once we have this direction from council, then we would just automatically pass that back to the departments or detachments when we see this request. We know that in the rural crime has been for quite a while a large concern in the community, and it continues to be so. So I think if we don't need to prioritize them, but if we were to pick 2 or 3, we'd suggest that rural crime be part of that. We do have, when we've got enforcement support for municipal bylaws, we really have peace officers that are doing that type of work. I'm not sure that there are times when we need RCMP support, but I don't think it's constant. So I don't think we'd recommend that as being, one of the 2 or 3 most important here. But definitely that rural crime, presence in rural communities, and relationship building with the communities would all be top priorities, and they all work together to influence what's going on out in the area. I think we've all got anecdotal tales of how often we see cruisers on gravel roads. Those are some of the things the presence, showing the emblems on the doors, those types of things. So like I said, it's not about prioritizing this list, but really picking what are the 2 or 3 that the council is wanting to tell the RCMP as part of their engagement. This is really what our communities want you looking at or focusing on.
So your suggestion would be to remove some of these or to asterisk them?
We, the submission that Deb's put together here, she wanted to give you guys a basis to, or some suggestions of what
Okay.
possibilities might be. But I don't think the list is intended to be entirely inclusive. When everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So if we, and that's where we go back to, I think Deb's given you a very good foundation or a footing to go through there and decide, what are your top 2, 3, 4 of them? And those are the ones that we'd convey to the detachment so that it's all important. But really what the community's looking for above all else are these things.
That was kind of my initial comments, whether it was gonna be 2 of 8 or 4 of 8 or 8 of 8. So I guess we're up to 9 now, so yes, Councillor King.
So if you force me to choose, and I'm perfectly okay with that, my 4 would be staffing, rural crime prevention, road safety, and presence in our communities.
Thoughts? Councillor Christie?
I guess one of my thoughts is to make sure, and I'm not sure how to word this properly, but to make sure that our peace officers in the RCMP have the ability to communicate daily or whatever they require, but so they're working as a team, so they know what each other are doing. And I don't know whether that's a communication thing or a physical go see them or what happens there, but I know that needs to happen. Like, they need to communicate when they need, that has to be open. And one of the things we know in rural Alberta that the RCMP are short-staffed, maybe we can help them when they need it, or they can help us when they need it, and that has to be somehow in the delivery part of that.
So you're not looking at this to be a one-way help?
Exactly. I want to work as a team.
Any other thoughts? Councillor Hugo?
I agree with what Councillor Christie said, but going on from Councillor King, isn't the rural crime prevention and presence in the rural communities or our facilities almost kind of the same thing? Like, rural crime prevention means being seen, and presence in the rural facilities also means being seen in the parks and community events. So I almost see those two the same.
So instead of 2 separate ones, make it one longer one?
I believe so, because if we have rural crime prevention and being seen, it's almost, like if they're seen out here, it almost deters, well, it should deter crime, but most of the times it won't. But if they are seen, at our facilities or cruising around on the rural roads, it almost works out to the same thing. Because most of the time, like the RCMP, well, they're reactive and not proactive, but maybe if they're seen out here more, they could be more proactive, that they don't know where they're going to be.
Councillor King?
The only comment I would make to that, Councillor Hugo, is being seen and actually enforcing are 2 different things in my mind. So there's a presence and a visibility, but actual enforcement and the necessary arrests that we're looking for, those are 2 different things.
If I may, through the Reeve too.
Sorry, go ahead.
So the other part of rural crime prevention is also like community programs and workshops on how to make your acreage less as a, right? So a target, there you go. Less of a target. So there's some community programming and stuff like that we've run in the past, including some farm safety programs and workshops. And so part of that is also RCMP presence, I find makes a big difference too, because they just have that bigger, I guess maybe bigger stick that it goes through the education part too. So it's crime prevention, which includes enforcement and education too.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have a tiny question, petty question maybe. Working with Rural Crime Watch area groups, do we not only have one group that county currently has, and it's only part of our county, is that right?
From what I know, there's two. So there's one down in Drumheller, and then there's one up by, there might even be three with Highway 21, and one by Wimborne. That includes the Wimborne area.
So we've got asterisks beside some of these. Are we looking to add more asterisks? Are we looking to consolidate the asterisks? Or are we looking just to give the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 priorities in no specific order? Glenn, you want to weigh in on it? You're welcome.
I'm thinking rural crime is a way down because everybody stays home now, but we're hoping this doesn't last forever. I guess enforcement is the same as presence. You know what I mean? You see a police car out there with the lights going, that's presence, and you see it. So I don't see that there's a whole lot of need for too much of change on what they're asking for here.
This is what we're asking for. So you're good with the asterisks? Councillor King.
I guess in light of our earlier conversation about dilution and impact, I would make the motion that we move to set our community priorities using the 5 that we've designated in regards to RCMP services in our area.
Thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? And I'll wait for it to come up on screen, Councillor Hugo, and then I will read it out to you.
Thank you.
Okay, are we good there? Okay, so I will read. Councillor King, the council move to set their community priorities in regards to RCMP services as the following, in no set order. Crime, rural crime prevention, presence in rural communities, road safety, staff positions actively on duty reports, working cooperatively with Kneehill County Protective Services Department. Discussion?
Nope.
Ready for the question?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Deb. Our next agenda item is tax cancellations. What's my roll number? Oh, shouldn't have said that one out loud. Okay, who's taking this one? Mr. Hogan.
Hey, through you, Mr. Reeve, the item that's before council at 6.1 is a tax cancellation under industrial accounts. Council has seen many of these of this similar type before. These are companies that are have gone through receivership, that are in bankruptcy. These are accounts, we do our best to collect what we can, but these are accounts that now there's nobody there left to pay them. So we're suggesting that these be written off. And so the first motion, that the amount of $12,599.19 in property taxes be expensed and canceled on the applicable roll numbers. That amount is outstanding penalties from prior years. The second motion, that administration is also directed to void any 2021 penalties currently attached to these rolls, is a standard motion that council sees on these items as well. So what that does is it ensures that we don't keep adding these penalties on, and it shows up as revenue that we are never going to collect. So it gives a false appearance to financial statements and reports that we're doing. So again, we wipe that out knowing that we're not going to collect it. One of the things that's a little bit unique about this item that doesn't come through in the motions, which are very similar to other ones you've seen, there must have been the sale of assets or something like that, because we did get payment for some of the property taxes as part of the process. So that's not necessarily anything we can control. That's obviously a choice that was made on the other end to pay some of those outstanding obligations with sale of assets. So that again, it's not the norm. It's not something that we can mandate, given court decisions that have been made. But somebody on the other side obviously did the right thing and made a choice to direct some of that funding to some of those outstanding liabilities. So we did recoup some of the outstanding property taxes. So it's really just the penalties that we're writing off.
So we did capture the education portion of the property tax?
The update that I've heard is yes. And it's supported by, we're not looking to make an application under PERC or anything like that, because we do have some of that money.
Okay, that's where I was headed with that one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for the CAO? If not, what is council's wish? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that the amount of $12,599.19 in property taxes be expensed and canceled on the rolls as listed, and that administration also be directed to void any 2021 penalties currently attached to these rolls.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Any comments, concerns? Councillor Hugo?
No, I heard it very well, thank you.
All right, just checking.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, well, if we have no discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item is 8.1, Master Rates Bylaw 1831. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve. The Master Rates Bylaw, as council is aware, is a bylaw that sets out the rates and fees that the county charges for various services, various documents, things of all that nature. It's very encompassing, covering all the departments of the county. So you'll see road services in there, you'll see campground fees, a number of other items that are in that bylaw. A copy of the proposed bylaw, as well as the old one, has been attached in the RFD for council's information. And I won't go through them verbatim, but in the background of the RFD, there is a summary of changes that have been made. So these are reflecting changes that have been made as part of land use bylaw updates, other changes that are being recommended. They also include, the bylaw also includes some of the notes that we had coming out of the ICFs. So as an example, it was requested that when this bylaw was updated, that there be a note indicating that we don't do sand and salt sales to private individuals. We only do them to municipal partners. So that's been updated and noted in the new proposed bylaw. We are at this time recommending that council give first and possibly second reading to the bylaw. We're not recommending that council give all three readings at this time. As you're aware, there's further discussions coming around the campgrounds and other information like that. So what we're doing is we're starting the process of updating this bylaw, but we're leaving it open so that there can be amendments prior to future readings, which is of course a process that's allowed. So what we would do is at the next meeting, when council is looking to discuss campground fees and such, if you make any changes to those, we could reflect them in the bylaw prior to third reading. And that those items will be coming to you for consideration at the next meeting. And so again, that's why we're not suggesting that we do all 3 readings here, because if there are changes that you make as a result of that discussion, we can put them into the bylaw in time for third reading.
Any questions for Mr. Hogan?
Go ahead.
Deputy Reeve McGee?
We list Kneehill County costs at a few places, road project, for example. Do we have a definition of county cost? Because is that materials only or also the work time?
Through Mr. Reeve, when we calculate that out, we do include labor costs in there.
Councillor King, you had a question.
I guess I don't have a question so much as maybe an item for discussion. I know we've had some conversation around the dust control policy 13.4, or maybe we only had that discussion in my head, but I would really like to know if council is open to the idea of removing the rebate on dust control and going to basically cost recovery on that, keeping in mind previous thoughts about individual ratepayer benefit and specified benefit to an individual ratepayer. So I'd really like to know if there's any thought or appetite towards removing the rebate on dust control prior to us establishing this new master rates bylaw.
Yes, I would like to hear a discussion.
Would you be
What I
willing
have
to start that
What
discussion?
to participate in, I'm kind of sitting on a fence, so I'd love to hear more. I think we need to work towards that at minimum, maybe not be there, but cost recovery, but I'd love to hear more thoughts.
Okay, since I kicked this ball onto the field, I guess my thought around dust control is a similar conversation that we had when it came to garbage collection in hamlets. And the direction that we gave administration at that point in time is we felt that the collection of garbage in hamlets was a very specific benefit received by very specific taxpayers. And because of that, it was very easy to allocate the costs of that service to the ratepayers who received the benefit. Dust control, I believe, is the same. It's a very specific service given to very specific ratepayers, and it's very easy to look at who's getting the benefit and therefore who should pay the costs. So I know we've had a long-standing tradition of having a rebate on dust control. However, we had a long-standing tradition of doing garbage collection as well. So I really feel that it's a very difficult argument for me to make to say, yes, we should subsidize dust control, but we shouldn't subsidize garbage collection. So individual ratepayer, individual benefit, direct cost, easy to establish and to bill out. So I really think that this is one case we can make a strong argument to say the benefits there for a specific ratepayer at their request. I think they should pay the bill.
So I am under the assumption that currently it is $5.24 per meter rebate. Am I correct in that assumption?
Does anyone have a devil's advocate argument to Counselor King's, because I really like how you explained that. I believe as we're dealing with budgets, wherever we can get cost recovery in a reasonable time or as fast as we can, it's just smart budgeting.
Ultimately, the real hit would be on the calcium chloride side. Percentage-wise, not that much on the spec crude side, but it does add to the cost. Councillor Christie?
At this point, it's kind of 50-50. The ratepayer pays half and the county's covering half.
On the calcium side.
Yeah. Total savings at the end of the year, was there 61 or something this year? So the total savings would be how much?
This potential savings to the county would be about $60,000 based on previous year's numbers. I calculated it out, and basically it's about a $1,500 plus or minus subsidy to 38 ratepayers. So we have 38 ratepayers who are getting a $60,000 rebate from the county based on last year.
Well, and I'm not opposed to user pay. Like if that's the service that you want and that's specific to your yard site, I'm in favor of user pay for that service.
Any comments, Glenn?
I think if we went to the actual cost for doing this job, I don't think we'd see any change in number of people that do it. And it's like we're saying, you know, I mean, the benefit of the thing, the people should maybe pay their own way.
Councillor Hugo, any comments?
You're breaking up pretty bad, but I gather the gist of the conversation is full cost recovery on dust. Yeah, I'm 100% for that.
Is there any other discussion? I think we should probably do an amendment to the bylaw prior to giving it first reading.
So I guess since I brought this to the table, I'd be willing to make the motion to amend Bylaw 1831, that being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, permits, and services to reflect cost recovery in the dust control, so no rebate.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone noticed in the bylaws that they would like to have discussion on? Or not the bylaws, but the master rates? Yes, Deputy Reed McGee.
I just want to comment that I was glad to see we're doing the maximum for the FOIP services that's allowed. I think that's very important because that's a lot of extra time out. So I'm glad to see that that is the amount we're taking.
Anything else anyone caught? Anyone want to highlight something that maybe no one caught? Okay, well, if we're good.
No, I'm just still waiting to make sure this kind of reflects what I had said.
You'll hear from me 3 times.
And choke on your dust.
It's not my dust.
Okay, I think it's pretty much reflects what my intent was.
Okay. So we have first reading on the screen. That's the way you would like to see it, Councillor King? Sure. Okay, well, if there is no more discussion, or we will call the question. All those in favor of bylaw 1831, the way it is presented on the screen? I will read it to Mr. Hugo. Councillor King moved that council give first reading to bylaw 1831, that being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, permits, and services with the following amendment: the elimination of the dust control rebate. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone want to give second reading? Councillor Christie.
I'll move second reading to bylaw 1831.
As it shows on screen. Okay. Very good. We have second reading for bylaw 1831. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried, as was first reading. Okay, we will leave that for later.
Just before we leave that, if I could please,
Yes.
Reeve, I just want to note that for calcium now, this means that for 300 meters of calcium, they're going to pay the $3,222.
Well, that rate will be established once we get our
Well-
calcium prices.
This is in the master rates bylaw. I'm using the price that's there. So
Okay.
let's say they'll pay approximately $3,000. For those who are using the other product, the spec crude product, their price is going to be a little over $11,000. But I also want to note that previously the calcium individuals were paying around that $1,500, and the spec crude people were paying around $10,000. So there was a substantial difference in pricing previous. So there'll be some impact on both, but the impact will be the same in this case. They're each going to pay approximately $1,500 to $1,600 more than what they previous, depending on what the new rates are.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end of 8.1. We did first reading and second reading. We will leave third reading till the February council meeting. Am I correct on that, Mr. Hogan?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Reeve, is that if there's discussions coming to the next council meeting that may impact some of these fees, so we want to leave it open so that we can just put them in place for third reading. We, just as a note to the item, is from this then, council has eliminated the rebate on dust control. So we'll obviously be communicating that as part of the application process and that. Do want to make council aware, in our dust control process, when we put that out there, the county does supply dust control to various roads, and these are really the ones coming out of our gravel pits, and that's a separate item from this. But there are a handful of residents in the county that do receive that, that the county puts down because those are common roads coming out of our gravel pit. So we don't do the entire haul route. But those main ones coming out of the pits, we do. So that's separate from, it's not related to this bylaw, but it is an activity that we perform.
Okay. Does anyone want a recess, or are we gonna go on to the next item? Counselor Kiefer.
Recess would be great, but I just wanted to add one thing here. Reeve McGee had brought up before about our camping rates and stuff. Before we do third reading, should we have more discussion on this item?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna, that's why we'll leave it. Okay, so going back to my original question, does anyone want to recess, or do you want to move right along? Okay, no one's asking for a recess. Our next agenda item, 8.2. Oh, Glenn wanted one? No. Okay. 8.2, council remuneration review. Mr. Hogan, I do believe.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council, this is a discussion that council began this discussion and then made a motion to continue it to look at a review of councilor remuneration and payment. So we brought that back before you with a little bit of guidance from council's previous discussion. So what we're looking at here is to hone in on additional direction from council, so that we can go back to the relevant suite of policies to determine what might need to change, make those proposals, and bring those amended policies back to you for implementation, should we need to amend them. The status quo is one of the options, but I think council had talked about a willingness to look at the overall picture. So what we did based on prior council discussion is we broke these out into, call them categories or areas, to help facilitate and guide council's discussion. And so as we work through them, we put item information into the item itself. And if there are other questions that council has, we have some information. We can look up the stuff that we don't if we don't happen to have it. But basically what we're suggesting is that we look to see council's willingness to what is included in base pay, because ultimately we'll clarify that in policy. And to do that prior to determining if the current amount is a satisfactory amount, if it is too little, too much, whatever the case may be, and work through the different components of remuneration and what we might need to include in budget. And I've tossed that last one in there because that divisional meetings category that we have is not actually a payment to, it's not part of the honorarium, it's not part of the remuneration, it's really just guidance as to whether we put that in the budget or not. So it's not directly related to remuneration, but it did come up as part of the discussion. So there is we'll take the outcome of this discussion and we'll review the relevant policies and make changes or not accordingly.
Okay, where do we start? Are we starting on base rate? I look at some of the comparisons that we have here. There are different things at the base rate, but or different responsibilities that's covered under the base rate. Some of them are applicable, some are not so applicable. But that being stated, when you look at some of these, the base rate or the responsibilities that come with the base rate are also reflected in the base pay is where I'm going with it. Does anybody want to start on any of this stuff, or?
Well, it's really amazing at all the different ways that they arrive at things, and yet the final number is almost always the same.
I noticed that. Any suggestions, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, to work through the discussion, I think really where it comes down to, council's looked at council's current philosophy, and the one that was maintained at the previous discussion in December was looking at the differences between base pay and a plus a per diem, or plus a per meeting, I'll call it a per diem, but plus a per meeting rate on one hand, or just a flat rate on the other. And there's pros and cons to both. One of the ones around a flat rate, as an example, is that you get paid that regardless of whether you're at meetings or if your committee workload is larger than another member's of council. That can cause inequality and such. So that is a con, but it is fairly simple and straightforward. It's right there, boom. And we do see a couple of our comparable municipalities go that direction. So that's an element. Council has indicated a willingness to continue with its current philosophy, which is a base monthly amount and then a meeting rate on top of that. And there's lots of discussion within there that council can have. What we're looking at is that if there's, our suggestion, I think, would be that if there's a meeting rate, then keep your meetings separate from your base pay. So you've got council meetings, committee of the whole, other committee meetings, things like that. If there's going to be a rate for there, and of course you'll get into a discussion later around what is the appropriate rate. Should there be, we have a half day and full day rate already. So are you going to maintain the differential between the two as an example? But what might make sense is to include in some of those is the descriptions around, you'll see in a number of comparables, they count contiguous meetings as one meeting, and that's where the half day and full day rate come in. So if you had, it's not this amount for this meeting plus the same amount for another meeting right after, it's did it go a half day or full day? That's one philosophy. It's definitely not the only one that's out there. The base pay itself, I think council's discussion there is where you want to treat some of those other things that you do. Past discussion, I think the general mentality was around, those individual meetings you have with ratepayers, answering the phone calls that you get, those types of things they're just part of the job and they're part of the base, right? Where we get into the gray area is some of those other things. So if you're attending an event as a dignitary on behalf of the county, is that just part of an expectation or is that a special thing? And I use the term special thing because that really is that, or is that a meeting is the terminology I should probably use. A photo op as an example, where you go up and you take the photo op and it's part of the role of council. Is that a special thing because it is taking away from your day and from business, or is it part of your base pay? And there's no right or wrong answer to that. It's a philosophical question. And so it's where you believe that line should be drawn in between there. We do have a category for mileage later on. So there is the opportunity that, as an example, something like a photo op, that might be part of your base pay, but you still get mileage to go to wherever in the county that is. Because that is time, that is expense to go to do that. Again, they're all philosophical questions. And so if we really hit into some of those gray areas, should this be included in base pay, or is it just part of what you do? Then that leads into the next one, which is, well, what should that amount of base pay be? And I'll have a few more comments when we get there.
Councillor King?
I guess in my mind, base pay covers virtually everything except for council meetings, council committees, and other activities approved by council. So included in that, I would put things like strategic planning, councillor training, RMA meetings, and FCM. Those would be outside of the base pay. But the things like a photo op or Remembrance Day service, to me, those are things that I'm doing because I'm a counselor, and to me, they're included in my base pay. But like the preparation that goes into council meetings, into council committees, that goes into the other committees that I'm on, appointed by council, the time and effort that goes into things like strategic planning, attendance at RMA and FCM, and the training that we take as counselors so that we get better at the job we're doing. I think those things are things that should pay the daily rate, the per diem. But as far as the rest of that, in my mind, they're included in my base pay.
So maybe I misunderstood, but what I've taken from your comment, Councillor King, is that a photo op, a Remembrance Day ceremony, that would be part of a base pay.
Yes, that's correct. That's what I would include as
Yeah.
part of my base pay, plus all the other interactions that I have on a day-to-day basis with ratepayers.
Oh, okay.
So, like I said, it's basically, in my mind, it's anything but a council-appointed or approved activity. So it's council meetings, council committee meetings, any other activity approved by council prior to our attending or as part of the routine business. Those are not included. They pay per diems, but the rest of it does not.
Okay. Comments? Councillor Hugo, any comments?
No, I like the idea of the base pay, but I'd like to see our per diem, basically go to, for council meetings, committee of the whole, go down to $200 a day. Committee meetings at $100, unless it's over 400 to go to 200. And I think we have to look at mileage for meetings that are already booked, like our council meeting, MPC and everything. I think we should be removing the mileage off of that for councilors. Committee meetings, since not all of them are scheduled on a annual basis or a certain time, I have no problem with mileage on that, or if you're out of the county.
What was your comment on out of the county?
I'd like to see mileage on that one also.
Okay. You pick me up, Glenn?
Say again?
I'm sitting here reading about the mileages in the other counties, and I wonder, does my vehicle run cheaper after 5,000 kilometers? I don't see why you would bother splitting that out, but the mileage thing is it's an expensive part of living, gas, insurance, and this kind of stuff. If you want to swallow that out of your pocket, fine, but it is a very big part of our job.
Well, I do believe that we don't all come from the same part of the county, nor is it the same distance for us to appear at meetings. I don't know, any other comments? Councillor Christie?
Well, I think using the provincial rates for mileage, and mileage is mileage. When the vehicle's on the road, it's cost the money and time, and I think that's fair. I think we can adjust the per diem per day. The base salary, as I said before in our other discussion, I would be prepared to make it so council's not a full day and drop our base pay 7% because it kind of balances one or the other. That, I don't know, I'm between 10 and 15% on per diem, and after that, the rest I'm comfortable with. When I look at the cost of the meals, I rarely use the meal part anyway. I think we're in the ballpark there, and our monthly $200 for communication and stuff, I think is somewhat in line, especially in the rural areas where right now I'm using 2 internet services because the one won't Zoom meetings.
I'm only using one, and I'm having a hard time getting at the Zoom meetings.
I'm using one and I can't get into Zoom meeting.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm going to just pull the train way back to the beginning again, unfortunately. And I just wanted us to just, so that we're very conscious of what we're talking about. This first came part of the conversation because of the economic times of the people due to the pandemic. And I want to be sure I understand, particularly you, Councillor Hugo, what your intention is. Is this because of the hard times, or do you see this a conversation that you want to put in as just general regardless of the times that we're in? Because I think that really affects.
I think when we voted ourselves that pay raise at the beginning of our mandate, we overstepped it by a lot. $400, and most of our meetings are lucky if they go till noon. To get $400 for a 4-hour day is completely out of line. If like we can compare it to other governments, but let's compare it to the private sector. There's people that put in an 8 to 10 hour day that don't make as much as us for that day. I know we have extra work in there, but that's part of what our base pay covers.
I agree with us looking at reducing, just so we're clear, but I also don't agree with how we're comparing it. I believe we need to compare it to the duties, not to what some people are paid. And as someone who worked primarily at the very low bottom of the ladder most all of my life, I recognize the severity of those changes, but I also had never had these kinds of responsibilities and this kind of workload and this legal risks that this job has, and those for me also contribute to this. So I think for me, comparing it to the average worker out there, to the average person taking on the same type of work, I'm willing to compare, but not to all workers.
Well, I know a lot of managers and foremen and everything like that in different industries that take on a lot more risk than we do are not being paid what we are.
That's why they're looking for a job. Councillor Keg.
I guess I partly participated in this conversation around council and our compensation. I really feel that we need to have this conversation for two reasons. One is that we are faced with reduction of revenues to the county. And the other is that as leadership for the county, I think we need to set an example to say we're not untouchable, that we also realize that we contribute to the costs of what it is to run the county. My original conversation was around a 10% reduction across the board. I did have a look at it last night, and in previous times I've been looking at the numbers quite seriously. And I think the 10% reduction on base pay, I'm quite willing to live with. I would like to see us remove the mandatory full day rate for council meetings, and if we feel that we only have put a half day in, that we could claim that if we want. I would like to see the per diem reduced by 15%, which takes it down to about $325 for a full day meeting. I would like to see, this is just my own thoughts, I have no problem with the mileage. I think it's industry rate, and like Councillor Christie said, you get in your vehicle and you move it, it's costing you to do that. And I wouldn't object to a reduction in the communication pay, but I also know that people are paying more money. Some people are paying more money because they're trying to maintain that level of internet capability so that they can do what they need to do. So in my mind, if we ended up, and here's my numbers just for the sake of argument, for a regular councillor, base pay would be $2,100. For the deputy Reeve, base pay would be $2,350. And for the Reeve, the base pay would be $2,700. The per diem rate would be $325 per day. mileage would stay the same. And in the numbers I worked out, I felt the communication allowance could go, and this is only looking at my own circumstance, anywhere from 100 to 150. So those are my numbers. That's kind of where I ended up after a number of weeks of looking at this. I think we need to communicate that as council, we understand our responsibility to help cover the costs and also to show leadership to our organization. And so those are just my thoughts on it. And I'm open to hearing regarding the rest of you.
Through the Reeve?
Go ahead, Councillor Hugo.
What is council's decision on if you are on a committee and you have to travel, do we start the per diem at the time you leave your house? So let's say if you have an hour drive and the meeting's only 2 hours, so you classify it as a full day, or do we pay mileage on top of that plus the per diem? Like, how are we have to look at that one, I think, as an indication of which way we're going to go. I think if we're traveling, I think your mileage should be paid, your meeting should be the half day, and then you should be paid for your mileage on the way home. Is that correct, or am I off base on that question?
Currently, the way the formula works, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hogan, but from the time you leave home, the time you spend at the meeting until the time you get home is counted in that 4.5 hours. If it's more than 4.5 hours, it becomes a full day. If it's less than 4.5 hours, it becomes a half day. Am I correct?
I believe you are correct, yes.
Councillor?
So are you still paid mileage on top of that then?
Yes, you do.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Okay, it's 4 hours. Yeah. Councillor King.
So just to weigh in on this, I guess, from a business perspective, so if for my own personal business and for the employees that I have, the cost to my business doesn't change whether they're traveling or not. So if I have a client that's 15 minutes from home, he is a cheaper client for me to have than one who's an hour and a half away. And the reason is I'm paying full salary for those employees while they're traveling to that location. So the cost to my business doesn't change just because they're traveling. I really like leaving it to the discretion of the counselor. So if I leave home and I travel for half an hour to go to the meeting, and somebody else leaves home and they travel for an hour, and I get home and I've been gone for 4.5 hours, I'm likely to fall back to a half-day meeting. But that other person might have been gone from home for 6 hours. And so I don't feel it's my place to tell them that they shouldn't be requesting higher remuneration than what I'm requesting. I think we need to allow that, same as on council meetings. There are council meetings like this one in particular, I spend a lot of time preparing for. And it's not, I just come and I'm here for 4 hours. I spent time in the last several weeks thinking about councillor compensation, Trochu Housing Corporation, in various meetings and conversations with different individuals. I probably got 20, 24 hours into this meeting. But I'm being compensated for the time that I'm here and for that prep with the per diem. And in my base salary, that's part of what my base salary covers, is some of that preparation. So when I come to this meeting, if it's a short meeting, I like the idea that I don't have to claim a full day. I can claim a half a day. But I also like the idea that we are compensated for the time that we put in, because if you're in business and you call me out, you pay from the time I leave home, and you pay till I get home. And if you're a non-contract client, I bill from the minute I leave home, and you pay my travel and all the expenses associated with me coming, and you pay my hourly rate, which is far more than what I get paid as a counselor. So there's a business case, and then there's a leadership case. And I think we have to fairly compensate for the work and time and the effort and all of those things, but at the same time, we can't overcompensate.
Deputy Reeve McGee?
I like everything you had to say. I also wanted to bring to attention that we need to remember the point of this is what I've said before, is so anyone could come. So if it costs more time and more money for someone in the far southwestern corner to come here, a lot more than the person who's 10 minutes from the county office, that should be an equal opportunity for them to be here. And that difference in mileage could be the reason why they don't even choose to take this job. And I think some of those remunerations, that's the purpose, is so that all expenses are cared for, so everyone has equal opportunity to choose to serve here. I think making it appealing for people to serve is also important and necessary as a democratic government.
So if I may, Mr. Reeve,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
there's good discussion so far. One of the things that I'd like to clarify is if we go back to the structure of the conversation, we laid it out this way to try and logically work through each of the items. And we've bounced around a bit and had some good discussion, and so there's not a problem with that. But if I draw council back to the very first one, which is what's included in base pay or what isn't, what we've heard is that essentially anything that isn't, call it a business meeting, is base pay. If council's in agreement with that philosophy, then we can essentially check that one off. We'll go back administratively and do up that wording and what that looks like. We don't need to wordsmith or do that work today. We'll do that administratively, and you'll see that come back in policy, in proposed policy changes. But where I draw back to is we've heard one member of council put out that philosophy. I guess a question from administration is that does council concur with that philosophy, or is there a different one that you'd, we'll take that and amend the policies as needed?
I guess my question then would be, for example, a photo op as being part of base pay. Is there a requirement for all of council to attend a photo op? Is there a requirement for any of council to attend a photo op?
I guess I'll tackle that one to start with. Churchill Water, for instance. I mean, it was discussed at council. We were presented with an opportunity to have a site tour and to be there for the grand opening. And I think it's appropriate as councillors that if we can be there, that we are. But I also know for myself, I was unable to make that particular photo opportunity, so I wasn't. I think it's appropriate that those things be allowed, because you have scheduling conflicts and whatever, that you be allowed to make those decisions. I think it's also appropriate if you go, that you get paid mileage to go. It's still costing you to get there. But I guess in my own mind, I see that as part of the base pay. If council said to me, no, it's not, it's a council-approved activity, then it would fall outside of that base pay and would become a per diem allowable expense. It's a matter of what do we want to see in that and what don't we? And so if the general consensus is that something like that should be included, then I'm okay with that. You asked me what my thoughts were, and that were my thoughts. So I'm willing to go along with the general direction of council. Like if you feel that that's a mandated activity because you're a councillor and because council agreed to take part in that activity, then we all should be there. unless something in life interferes with your ability to be there, then maybe it falls into a different category than where it sits in my mind right now.
And I apologize for using the actual photo op as an example, but it's the only one I had in front of me here. But that being stated, I think if it is a council-approved activity and it is pre-judged to be something that council should attend, then I do believe that it should be a paid, and I do believe that is what you stated. So, Councillor Keever.
Attendance at a photo op should be guided by your conscience, not the money involved in the thing. You know, I mean, if it doesn't bother you, why should it bother me, I guess, type of thing. But there's so many things that, you know, I mean, we maybe could bill for. And when you look around at other businesses, they have really used their imagination in ways to add on to your bill. You know, like, take your car to a garage in Red Deer and they now charge you $25 for sanitation. Well, really, folks, you know, I mean, there is some things that are a part of the job. And we've all had occupations over the years where we just automatically found out that there were some of these things that you had to do without figuring it out.
So are you on the side that photo ops are base pay or photo ops are in addition to it?
Oh, photo ops have got to be base pay, same as Remembrance Day or anything else, you know what I mean?
Oh, Remembrance Day always was.
Yeah, or attendance at Ken Hoppins's funeral, you know, I mean, man, oh man, somebody would think of charging for that one? I hope not.
No. Maybe yours.
I want the money. If I'm there, I'm getting paid.
Well, you can take it with you. I don't know if it's gonna do you any good.
So if I may, if council's good with that philosophy, we can wordsmith it from there. Really what we've heard is that, you know, pure business meetings would be part of the per diem rate. Everything else would be base pay, so everything else would include things like photo ops, parades, dignitary events, whether that's graduation or Remembrance Day ceremonies, etc. So we'll word that accordingly. The per diems would apply to what we'd call, we'd probably come up with a better term for it when we're wordsmithing, but business meetings, so those would be committee meetings, council meetings, committee of the whole, RMA events, FCM, just those types of things. And if council's good with that, I think administratively we have enough direction to wordsmith that.
Okay, did you just catch what Mr. Hogan had said, Mr. Hugo? Councillor Hugo?
I did.
Any comments to that?
No, I'm fine with what he said.
Okay.
Okay. So that would bring to, the second one is that base pay, or that per diem amount. So council has started some of this discussion already as part of this item. And this is really now that you've identified, well, this is part of base pay and this is the expectation and this is part of per diem rates, what are we actually going to put as rates on there? We've heard different numbers come out. The only comment that I would add is looking back at the history of this within Kneehill County, and of course this is prior to my being here, so going back and looking at that history, the county did what many or most other municipalities did with councillor honorariums when the federal government changed their tax regulations. So it used to be, until relatively recently, it used to be that a portion of the councillor honorarium and councillor pay was tax-free, similar to some volunteer things, firefighters as an example. So there was, I think, a third of council's honorarium and per diem, or your overall pay, that was actually tax-free, and that was in recognition of contributions made by members of council. The federal government, not very long ago, altered that and made the entire thing taxable. So this county, like many or most others in the province, looked at that and said what that actually amounts to is a reduction in take-home pay. Because now you're paying a tax, and the amount of tax you're paying is, of course, personalized to each individual and everything else they have going on. So what most municipalities, Kneehill County included, did was they increased the honorarium to try and balance that out so that the take-home pay would be the same as to what it was before when a portion of it was tax-free. So that's part of the history of the increase that Kneehill County and many other municipalities, I'm going to say the province, because that's my familiarity, but probably the province and beyond undertook in order to make sure that the amount of, call it take-home pay that was being brought home was equivalent to what it was before, prior to the tax change.
In other words, there was no net loss.
Correct. So to this discussion, we have had different numbers put out there there's at least a couple different sets of where various members of council are at. So this is a part of the discussion where you really start to isolate, what should the base pay amount be? And in the background to the material, we've given you what some comparables are at. What should the per diem rate be? And so it's kind of a blending of topics 2 and 3 as you go in there. There are there's a couple other things that probably tie into this, and those are smaller ones. Council's talked about the mileage component. However, mileage is another category coming up. So what I'd recommend is to steer away from that one for now, because you've got that discussion coming as part of the overall mileage one. You do have, there is one question out there as well, which is just more of a nuance to the whole policy, is when you do get into meeting per diems and the discussion about a half day or a full day has come up, the questions of contiguous meetings also, it always arises. So for example, if you had a council meeting in the morning, say that council meeting went till 10:30, but then there was a strategic planning meeting or one of you had a committee meeting that was starting right after that, rather than having a half day for each one, is that viewed as contiguous meetings and it's a half day for the whole bunch? So really you're talking about increments of time, right? If you cover off 3 different meetings in the span of 4 hours and they're contiguous, is that a half day rate or are you charging a half day rate for each meeting? That's, different municipalities do that different ways, but in this discussion, that one always, it does come up as a clarity item.
3 half-day things in one day, haven't we?
And they're not continuous.
You can't have a day and a half in one day.
So I guess I'll tackle this one a little bit to begin with. I always have council meeting on a Tuesday, and every second month it's followed by an FCSS meeting that evening. So if my council meeting started at whatever time we start, 8:30?
8:30?
I'm usually here by 7:30. That's my choice and pattern of behavior. And if we ended by noon, I'd be home by 1. And I would claim probably a half-day meeting if that was within the allowance. I then have an FCSS meeting, which I go to that evening, and because I chair that one, I'm eligible for a full day per diem because I'm the chair of that committee. And because the only thing I ever claim for FCSS is that per meeting per diem, I don't claim anything for approving paychecks or timesheets. I don't claim anything for conversations with the FCSS director and all the other things that I do as an FCSS chair. Therefore, I claim a full day per diem for that meeting each time I go to it, because it covers everything that happens between that meeting and the next one, which is 2 months away. And so that's my decision process. So in that case, on that particular day, I would claim a half day for a council meeting and a full day for an FCSS meeting. That's been my pattern of behavior. Now, if that's not council approved, then I'm prepared to change that. But at this point, they're not meetings that are continuous. So let's say I came in the morning and we had a MPC meeting, followed immediately by a council meeting of, not even committee of the whole, but some other meeting that we called on the spur of the moment. And so I came for MPC, it ran till 10:30 and then immediately went into this council committee meeting and it ran till 12:30 and I was home again by 1 o'clock. I'm going to claim a half a day. But if I started that meeting at 10:30 and I'm still here at 4:30 in the afternoon, it's going to become a full day.
And I agree with your rationale, because in essence, that's what it is. Because I do believe the policy does state that if you are a chair of a committee, you're allowed to claim a full day. I've never done that, but that's my choice.
Well, again, and if the direction was that we shouldn't do that, then I'm more than willing. But the responsibilities that I have as chair for that particular committee go far beyond the evening of the meeting. And so I feel.
I totally agree with your rationale.
Yeah,
I'm not fighting it.
You know, and so, and I know you're not. And I think that one of the things that Councillor Keever mentioned earlier is there is a reliance that I have on the other gentlemen and ladies who sit around this table that they're going to use their discretion and their best judgment in terms of how they charge for what they're doing. And so as long as that's my base assumption, I don't think any of you are in here for the money. And I don't think any of you are trying to overclaim what you're doing. And so that's my assumption. My base assumption is it's not my responsibility to monitor what you're doing. You're doing that. And I think as a council, we have to have that confidence and faith in each other to know that when you're about council business, you're going to do what you feel is appropriate and proper and that you're not overcharging. And I don't have to double check you and I don't have to monitor what you're doing. My assumption is you're doing what needs to be done and you're charging appropriately and accordingly.
And Glenn used a appropriate word earlier, conscience. Councillor Hugo, any comments?
Nope, listening.
Anyone else? So we've kind of got that one buttoned up, do we, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not sure. The, yeah. And it's, you know, what we're hearing as administration is that there are instances where there, you know, it makes sense that council be able to use discretion to claim the full day or the half day, right? You know, so that we can look at the wording in the existing policy. You know, the discussion today is not the end of this, because council is the owner of policies. So when I'm talking about administration wordsmithing, I'm not saying that admin's going to go back and what we put in front of you has to be the end policy. It's your policy at the end of the day. So we can put some stuff in there. We can talk about that a bit and see if the current wording is sufficient or if we need to alter that. Ultimately, you get to make the decision when the policy comes back and make sure the wording reflects the way that you want it to. So if council's good with this, we can word it such that in a way that addresses contiguous meetings, but does leave some discretion in there as well for when you have meetings that maybe are on the same day but not necessarily contiguous, or as you've said, Councillor King, have come with other responsibilities, which might include, chairing the meeting. So we can do, you know, I'm looking at the one here, and you know, it could be as simple as if a Kneehill County Councillor is a chair of a committee meeting, then that meeting shall be considered to be a full day for that councillor. The wording might be as simple as changing that shall to may, right? And then that builds in the discretion. You're not bound by policy to claim a full day meeting as you are in this one. That might be the wording change there, right? That suffices. The other portion of this is into where council went with discussions before, is some guidance on, you know, what should base pay be and what should the per diem or the per meeting amount be for those meetings. I think during the discussion, we'll assume that the half-day, full day of 4 hours is probably remaining unless we hear otherwise. That'll help narrow down when we're talking what's a half-day, full day, et cetera. If council has a willingness to change that 4 hours, let us know, but if not, we'll assume that standard is continuing. As you get into that, as I said, we've heard different numbers come out, and that's really where I think council's arrived at in the discussion is where should those numbers be at? At the beginning of this, I cited the reason why Kneehill County and most other, at least rurals and many urbans, made the changes they did within the last handful of years to reflect tax changes.
Councillor King.
Through the Reeve, just a follow-up question, Mike, and I'm assuming that then you're going to make it discretionary for a councillor to choose half-day for a council meeting if they feel that's appropriate, more so for time component?
I believe that's what we've heard, is that council would like, again, that discretion and not to be bound by having to claim, right now, it's not really your choice whether you claim a full day or a half day for council. The policy says it's a full day. So building in that discretion is, I think, what we've heard.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
You just touched on another nerve of mine. I think that's a very important statement. What is in policy is what we will do, unless it says may. And if you're not comfortable with receiving that kind of money, but it says we will do that, there needs to be a different way for you approaching that, as opposed to putting that on the staff's lap as, well, I don't want to claim it, but the policy says we have to. So claim it and then do something with it after you receive it. It is not our staff's problem. If you don't want to follow policy, please don't put them in that position.
County does take donations, do we not?
We do, like all municipalities, we do take donations and we do issue a tax receipt when we do.
It seems odd, but the hard part for us to understand is a policy is a policy is a policy. This happens to be about money that we're claiming, and so it feels more uncomfortable, but it has to have the same merit as all other policies. If it's stated as though this is what we are doing, then this is what we are doing. And that's just what good leaders do. They follow policy regardless of their agreement and their personal opinion about it. And I think it's really really good that we're having this conversation, because some of those points are confusing about when do we have that choice and when do we have to. And so I just want to be sure that we pay attention to that and are very clear when we do finalize whatever you bring forward, because I don't want to finalize something I'm not willing to consistently follow.
And I guess going back to Mr. Hogan's comments about the change in calling council a full day. That was made a number of years ago. Prior to that, a full day was actually, there's lots of times that we went past the 4:30 hour in a council day. Then we got to the point where we were actually getting done before noon. That being said, there was a reason to change that, to keep that as a full day, because although you can be done in half a day, that does not mean that you did not have 200 pages of information that you were required to have the general concept, or even the particular concept of why we should make a decision and which direction we as individual councilors should go. It takes a while to decipher that information, and the thoughts of council at that point in time are, when you come to council, be prepared. Don't ask questions that you've already got the answers to in your package. So one of the requirements was, yes, go through your package entirely and make sure that you are ready to make the decision on the information that's received. And you know, some of the stuff that we get, I mean, you can bring that RFD before us. If you've read all the information, whether it was 80 pages or 20 pages or 2 pages, you are informed. But some of those were 80-page documents. And I just wanted to throw that out there. But it also comes down to not only conscience, but trust. I think we do trust each other to do the right thing. And I think that's important. Are we doing lunch today? Yes, we are. Okay. And I take it it's not here? I'm just.
Oh, we've had it already, didn't we know?
Oh, okay. It's here. Oh, it's here. Okay, well, if there's no objection, should we call a recess? Okay, we are in recess, 12:05, be back shortly after 1. conference?
That's correct.
All righty. Okay, we were discussing 8.2, council remuneration review. Where are we at?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I believe that we were on the base pay and the per diem. We'd sorted out what was included in each, and you were just entering the phase of determining what the appropriate rate should be.
Somebody want to, oh, Councillor King.
So I guess I've heard numbers from Councillor Christie, and of course I've given you my numbers. My numbers basically were 10% on the base pay, so the 21, 23.50 and 27.50. And then I was at 325 on the per diem, which was a 17% reduction in the per diem. And so I'm open to further conversation around that.
Anyone?
Through the reef?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Yep, I agree with you, Ken, the numbers that you gave there. I'd just like to have more discussion later on the communication allowance.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
We don't have Hugo with us, do we?
Councillor Hugo, are you out there? Don't know. What do you want to do here? Mr. Hogan, should we do a phone call to, I mean, this is important because it is important.
I believe we were trying to make contact. Carolyn, I don't know if were we able to? Okay. I think if that's the will of council, I think that would be appropriate.
I'd appreciate it.
So we're going ahead with a phone call? Is that what I got? I think you, Councillor Penner? You're aware that we're trying to get a hold of Councillor Hugo by phone to get him back on this topic? Okay.
Correct, yep. No,
All right.
understandable. I think we should at least try to get him.
Yeah, we've tried by text, can't seem to reach, so now we're going ahead with a phone call. I think it's important that all of council be in on this conversation.
I guess the question is, could we just put this, just table this for, while we try to get a hold of it and maybe move on to committee reports or some of the other business?
Okay, would someone like to put, or make a tabling motion on this to bring it back?
Mr. Reeve, I would make the motion that we table this while we try to get a hold of Councillor Hugo, and we'll bring it back later in the agenda.
Okay, we have a tabling motion to bring this back later in the agenda. There's no discussion to a tabling motion. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item that we will be discussing, we will move on to 10.1, council and committee reports, community futures, and Kneehill committee of the whole minutes. This has been pre-circulated. Are there any questions?
I just comment on the community futures on the final page of that report is the triple RF funding. On the success of it, at the first part of January, the second round was still open because it hadn't been completely used up. As far as I know, it's still open. The applications are kind of dwindling off. But as you can see in that final page where it's, that process has saved 134 jobs on the loans that they've taken out. Those loans also qualify for the requirement for the Community Futures Wildrose and Strathmore's annual budget of loans, where they haven't given out any other loans other than the triple RF loans at this point, but they qualify to meet their grant obligations.
Okay, any questions for Councillor Christie?
Great information, thank you. And that was a question I had, is how much hardship do the local people in business here in county are experiencing? But it sounds like what there is to experience is being mitigated quite well.
Yeah, no, the push and the quality of work that they've done on these loans is very good. So they've screened those loans. There are some that have been refused because the business wasn't viable, even without the funding. But at the same time, when you see this, the success of the loans that they've had has been very good.
It's still true, though, that if you don't loan money for some guy to buy a gravel truck, you'll probably get your money back.
Something with, if it's got wheels, they're cautious. I don't understand why.
See, is Chantel, like her title, is that what Ron had?
Yes. Yeah, that was to make it the same of all the community futures across the province. So they're all, description is the same right across. Same position, just different title.
Okay, any other questions on council and committee reports? Someone like to make a motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move to accept the committee reports as submitted for information.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to accept council and committee reports for information. All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Hugo, are you online?
I just got on again. Sorry, I had to call my doctor phoned my cell phone, so I had to call minutes of that.
Okay, okay, we're just having a vote on council committee reports to accept for information. Yea or nay?
Yeah, I heard that part. So, yeah, okay,
Okay, all right, that is carried unanimously. It would probably be appropriate now to remove off the table if someone wants to make that motion. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to lift off the table the agenda item regarding councillor compensation.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Councilor Hugo, A or nay?
Can't really say on that one. I didn't hear the last part of the conversation after lunch.
Okay, we haven't had any conversation on it. We tabled that agenda item. Now we're untabling.
Oh, okay.
We're bringing it back.
Okay. Hey, aye, yes.
Okay, all right, that's unanimous. All right. Tabling motion, we've brought it back to the table. We are in the process of discussing base pay.
So Councillor Hugo, for your information, we had a brief conversation immediately after lunch where I put forward again my proposals to reduce base pay by the 10%, so the 21, 2350 and 2750 numbers, and the per diem by the 17% number. So that would take the per diem to 325, and that's as far as we've gotten because we were waiting for you to come back into the conversation.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Councillor King.
Okay, we've got those numbers on the table. Any other, any discussion to those numbers? Councillor Kiever.
So your reduction is just on the base pay?
No, the reduction I'm proposing is base pay, the 10%, yes, and then 17% on the full day per diem, or the per diem. So it would take the per diem from the 395 to 325, basically.
So Jerry gets the same base pay as I do?
No, the base pay adjustment is based on what their original base was. So yours and mine and the regular council base would be 21. Deputy Reeve McGee's base would be 2350, and the Reeves base would be 2750.
So why should Jerry and Fay take a bigger reduction than you or I?
Percentage-wise, they are not taking a bigger reduction than you or I. They're taking the same percentage reduction as us. So.
Same percentage, but actual dollars. Same percentage, but actual dollars. They're losing a bit more than you and I.
I'm comfortable with the percent number.
It is true, Councillor Kiever, that yes, percentage-wise, they are going to have a greater adjustment than us, but their original base pay was at a higher level. So for a regular councillor, it's about 230. For the Deputy Reeve would be 260 and change, and for the Reeve would be 300. If you total the complete, what I'm talking about here is probably between $60,000 and $70,000 savings that we're talking about on the base pay and the per diem. So.
Well, I know on the per diem side, because of COVID, we are no longer attending as many functions as what we previously were. So I think regardless of, there was going to be quite a savings on the per diem side. But that's just a comment. It's not a criticism of any sort. So I think your estimate of 65 is probably going to be greater than that. I'm just throwing it out. I know we've still got committee meetings and stuff like that. Mileage will certainly be reduced. I know in December I attended, 7 times through video conferencing. There was an option, I think, on 1 or 2 where attendance could have happened. But it is certainly not ideal to attend by video conference, but those are the options that we are given, so.
Yeah, I guess in the calculation, Mr. Reeve, that I was doing was you can only base it on the most recent history. So that's my best guess. Like for myself, I know I've had a number of committee meetings canceled in the last little while, and they would have been video conference meetings, but they still, in the end, they didn't go forward. So my estimate is based on what happened in the past, and going forward, I'm assuming that life might go back to something resembling normal, although it's going to be different. And so the potential savings that we're having now because of no meetings will go away. And whether they're video conference or not, they will come back into existence.
Yes, I thank you very much for doing the math. But yeah, thank you again. It was just a comment, it was not a criticism that I threw out there. So what are everybody's thoughts? Should we go around the table, or are we gonna, somebody want to volunteer first? Councillor Christie.
I'm in favor of those numbers. I'm just wondering if, I'm kind of like Glenn, where the difference between the Reeve and the deputy Reeve, whether we change those differentials and then just leave the base pay changed. That would be my only consideration at this point.
So just for clarification, suggesting that the dollar change be the same for all of us is what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so that the differential between the base pay and the deputy Reeve and the Reeve stay the same as we had. I think it was 400 and 700 extra, I believe. It's not on the screen, but not a percentage on those two differentials. And a percentage on the base pay right across the board for everybody. On the, what is it, 2350 or something that we were getting before, 2329.90. And then if it went to 2100, which is a nice round number.
You have to remember what we are ultimately doing here is changing the pay for the next council as they come in. Unless we're going to go through this process again prior to the October elections. And I mean, we can possibly do that, but no, I'm not advocating we go that way by any means. As far as your suggestion, Councillor Christie, and I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't have an issue with taking a percentage the same as the rest of council is taking, but and I think that was your comment too, was it, Deputy Reeve? Councillor Keever.
You all know my feelings on percentages. They, going up or down, they distort the picture. I like, I mean, if I'm going to take $100 a month cut, that's all Jerry should be taking too. Not 105 or whatever the percentage is. Pick a number and just go with that number.
Well, I thank you for that comment. What would happen if we were going up?
I don't think you should get more than the rest of us.
All right. I was pretty certain that was going to be the answer, but I needed you to say that out loud. It's too bad you didn't have your mic on. Deputy Reeve McGee.
But just because I'm comfortable with percentages doesn't mean that I don't see the value in it. And now that I've heard Councillor Christie explain more, I do like how in our original policy, we have the base amount and the deputy Reeve was X many dollars more and the Reeve is X dollars more, and that it was very easy to calculate, as opposed to when it's time for people to look at this again, is percentage more difficult to work with, as opposed to Deputy Reeve always just simply gets $300 more on base pay. Does that make a difference for our administration, how we look at that?
So for the sake of the argument that we're having, or for the sake of the discussion, it's not really an argument, it's a conversation. So if we went back to that, originally I think it was $700 for the Reeve and $300 for the deputy Reeve, difference over the base pay. it means a difference of $50 a month in terms of compensation based on the numbers I was suggesting. And so in light of that, so that we all take the same dollar number reduction, I would be prepared to agree that the base rate be the $2,100, that the deputy reeve gets the $300 per month extra, and the reeve gets the $700. So then basically we've all taken the $230 plus or minus cut, and the new rates become 21, 24, and 28. And I certainly see no problem with that. It's a difference of $50 in terms of what we're talking about, and I'm certainly more than willing to say, let's all take the same percentage, or not percentage, the same dollar cut. And then the net effect is exactly the same on all of us, as Councillor Keever has stated, and that's fair, and I don't have no problem with that.
Okay, so Councillor Keever.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Penner, do you have any input? Thoughts?
No, I agree 100%, and Glenn had brought this to our attention some time back when we started discussing this a month or so ago, or 2 months, time flies by, I can't quite remember. So no, I'm all for this, to be honest with you. Go with the dollar value rather than the percentage. And then it's just written in, this is the base pay, not percentage or whatever. So no, I'm happy with it.
Okay, Councillor Hugo.
Fine with that.
Okay. So I guess the next question would be, okay, well, that would be administration thing if we're going to put COLA into this. Am I correct? What are the policies?
Yeah, it is outlined in the policy now. What I'd recommend is for the yearly adjustment, is that if you make that the same as the rest of the organization, that makes it simple. Right now it's tied to the CPI, and I believe it's, Carolyn, September? It's September or October. We have a weird.
I think we're tied into a different month than staff is for some reason.
And that's where I was going. So I can't remember which
Yeah.
one's September and October, but they were tied into different ones. We did change the staff one to go to a market adjustment rather than a COLA. There's nuances that make those different. But what I'd advise is that it's easiest if it's up to council every year whether staff has an increase or not based on the market. And what I do is just tie your committees and council itself into that same metric. If staff get 0, council gets 0. If staff get 1, council gets 1.
Okay, is that agreeable to? Not that you're making the decision, but thanks for the recommendation. All right. Well, if that's, so now we're going on to the per diem.
Yes, so the base pay, what we've heard, what I believe we've heard, is the base councillor pay would be $2,100, and then plus the 3 and the 7 for the reeve and deputy reeve. And that, yeah, we can do the math from there. And if we go through that process on the per diem, then we should have the number components to draft policy amendments. And I think if you look on the screen, Carolyn has the spreadsheet up there. So just the base pay amount will save just shy of $21,000.
Okay. Okay, we're on to the per diem rate. Suggestion, 17% reduction puts it at $325. Comments? Councillor Christie.
Yeah, I'm fine with those numbers. Ken said 325, but I don't know what percentage that is, so 17% or 17.2.
I looked at the 70% and rounded, so that's why I came up with the 325. It was some other relatively weird number, so I just felt that rather than mess around with that odd number, 325 was an easy number to go.
Councillor Keever, any comments?
Turn on your mic.
Sorry, what did you say, Jim?
If Councillor Keever could turn on his mic, I haven't been able to hear anything Glenn has been able to say.
It's turned on. Now do you want me to say something? No, I'm okay with the 325.
Okay, well, we've got you online. Your thoughts, Councillor Hugo?
I'd like to see it down to 300. And then I also, I have a problem with council taking per diem from the time they leave their house. I do not think we should be doing that. People travel for miles to go to work, especially for council meetings and committee of the whole and MPC. Those are already booked for time. People travel for miles to go to work. They're not paid when they leave their house. They're paid when they get to their place of employment. Why are we special? Why should we get it? And then we want to charge mileage on top of this? We have to, if we're going to be leaders, we got to set the example. How many of our staff get paid from when they leave their house? Probably nobody. So why are we special in this aspect of this? I have a major problem with that.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'll play devil's advocate to your, I see your point, but I also have been paid from my house, and that's when my home base office is my home. So when I'm contracted out of my home, I get to charge the government from my home to work. And I see this as quite parallel. My home base is Division 1. If it costs me money to get to the county office building because I'm quite a ways from that, I would appreciate being acknowledged of being the one who comes as far as opposed to the person's in the back room, just in the back door and has just a few miles. That's just my point of view. That's how I see it because I've been paid both ways. It's, again, trying to make it all equal for anyone so anyone isn't prohibited from being able to be part of this process because of money, and that eliminates money being the factor that keeps people from running. I'd like to see every division have lots of people run every year, and I think we're still not seeing enough involvement that way. So anything that deters that, I'm concerned for.
Councillor or Deputy Reeve McGee, you keep bringing back the money for people running. When I went in, I wasn't looking for what I was being compensated. I don't know about yourself, but I was looking what I could serve to the community on. And you keep bringing it back to, oh, we have to pay more to get more people in here. That's completely wrong of where we should be in this. You should want to be a councillor because you think you could better the county, not for what you're being compensated. So how do you keep coming back to this? Oh, what I should be compensated, what I should get paid for. I just don't get it. I don't understand that, your thinking on that one.
Okay, so I think you're misinterpreting me. I believe I'm here, and I believe everyone else here in council has expressed the same thing. We're here to serve, and we love to. For me, the expense of driving into town would be a deterrent for me taking this job because I cannot afford to donate that to this service. That's how I choose what I volunteer for and what I don't. What does it cost me to volunteer to something? And I believe to have a true democratic society, that if we had someone who was earning minimum wage but really had a passion to be here, but because they have minimum wage, they cannot afford the gas to get to the meetings, therefore they don't run, I think that is not democratic. That's the point of the mileage system and the remuneration for the other expenses, is so that people, regardless of their income, can sit in this position. And I'm a strong believer that not only the well-to-do people should be here, it should be any income level. And that's what that policy is for. I would be here whether that policy is there or not. But yes, I did factor that in because I had to resign from my job in order to run. I had to take that seriously because that affects my family's outcome, right? And so for some people, it is about whether or not they can afford to serve here.
So what you're doing is setting anybody who runs for political office completely different from the average person out there who has to travel to go to work and isn't compensated for his mileage and his per diem from when he leaves, or being paid from when he leaves his office. You know, you can't pick between political office and what you do in your day-to-day life. We shouldn't be special. And I don't, you know, if you made that decision, that's fine, but we shouldn't be sitting there setting ourselves apart that, oh, we're so much better. We should get this because that's the reason I'm going to run. people go to work every day. They maybe can't afford the gas. They find however can they get to work. Why should anybody in political office get that special consideration? I still don't, I understand your situation, but I still don't get why we should be sitting there thinking we're so much more special than the average person. I know people that travel to Red Deer every day to go to work. Can they afford it? Not really, but they do it because that's where their work is.
Okay, just a point of clarification here, Councillor Hugo. Are you speaking to the mileage per diem, or are you speaking to the time of travel it takes to get to the office?
Well, we're talking about per diem starting from the time you leave your house.
Okay, so
that's all.
you're strictly talking about the time to, not the mileage, but the additional time spent on the road to get to the office. Am I correct?
It's actually a combination of both, actually.
Well, I would like to either speak to one or the other. I don't
Okay,
want to
well, let's
lump them
talk.
together because they are not together in the policy.
Okay, well, let's talk per diem. I don't think per diem should start from when you leave your house.
Okay, so what that would change is whether or not it would be if you spend more than 4 hours at the office, and for instance, my half an hour to come from my home to the office and the return trip. So my per diem would be a 4-hour per diem for a 4-hour meeting, and it would not be a 5-hour. Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't think we should be charging from the time we leave our house. It's not every meeting. It's just the council meetings, the COW meeting, and the MPC meetings, because those are scheduled throughout the year. We already know what dates they're going to be.
Okay, so my guess is, because most of our meetings start at 8:30 or 9, that would be the exact time that we start counting time. And then the minute it's over would be the end time.
Yes, when our meeting starts at 8:30. Sorry, I have to let the dogs out.
Oof.
So when our meeting starts at 8:30, that's when our per diem starts.
Okay, now that we've got that clarified, I don't agree with you because I've never had a plumber that hasn't charged me from the time he left the office, but that's my thoughts. We'll let everyone else talk to this one, speak to this one. Deputy Sheriff McGee, sorry.
Thanks for the clarity. My position's still very similar. And the other part then is, if you're going to say that we're not going to include that, are we comfortable with council turning into a lot more satellite coming in by telephone or by video conference as opposed to sitting here? Do we think that's a good way to go? Because that'll be the consequence. If I'm not being, there might be somebody, not me. And please know, I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the ideal policy for anyone possibly we could think of, because that's the way policy should be written. It's not written for me. It's not written for you. It's written for every member who might consider this position. And do we want that then to lead to people saying, well, I'm just going to stay at my house and hopefully we can get a good enough connection that I could be part of the meeting, and that's the only representation that division ever gets?
Councillor Christie.
I guess my comment would be that when we talked about the definition of council meetings and the COW meetings, is we definitely left it to where, at our discretion, whether it be a half day or a full day, and that somewhat addresses this problem. And I think that in that discussion, we felt as a whole that each one of us had to answer to our conscience on how many half days or full days that we billed for. And leaving the county council or the council meetings not mandatory full day, but could be half day when they are.
Councillor Keever.
I know there's an awful lot of meetings that, because of our traveling time, just gets you over that 4-hour thing. I agree with Jerry, I mean, there's no plumber that just charges when he shows up at the site. Another place though where they charge, if I phone into the restaurant and I want some takeout food, they'll deliver it to somebody in town, but they won't deliver to me. That must mean that there's a cost in coming my direction. Maybe, maybe this coming to the office is a cost. Yes, I know there's lots of people drive many, many miles, but that's their choice, not their obligation. That's their choice.
Councillor Penner, do you have something? Yes, go ahead.
I agree with what Wade said. I think we have dealt with this in behind the scenes, as to say, with our other discussions. And no, I do not want to have councillors have the option, as to say, to only stay at home, because it's not productive. I hate when I have to call in. Absolutely hate it. I don't feel like it's productive at all.
I recognize your sentiment, Councillor Penner, but you are on video conference and you are part of the meeting and you are being productive in this meeting. I know it's a little more difficult on your end than it is on our end, but that being said, you not being present would not give us your views. So don't discount the video conferencing side of this.
No, I don't, and I'm thankful that I am able to have the opportunity to do it this way. But just from myself, I feel I'm not as productive at home, because there is a lot of dead zones, as to say, with the internet that we have in rural Alberta.
I recognize your sentiments. Councillor King, have you got anything to add?
I guess, again, I'm just going to bring it back to the fact that we have to have a certain degree of confidence in one another. And we also have to have a certain amount of ability to leave to the discretion of the other councillors what they feel is appropriate in terms of compensation or not. We have now made it so that there's flexibility in the option of choosing a half or a full day meeting. And whether a councillor chooses, if he was here for 4 hours and 10 minutes and chose to choose the full day, that's his discretion. If he chose to go half day, again, that's his discretion. And I have to trust that everyone in this room is going to make the right decision and leave it at that. I don't think it's my job to police anyone else in this room in terms of what they're claiming on half day, full day, whatever. We've now given us the opportunity, if we feel that the council meeting was of insufficient length to justify a full day meeting per diem, we have the right to make a half day. However, if I chose a half day and somebody else in the room chose a full day for that meeting, that's their choice. That's their responsibility. My confidence in them does not change based on that decision that they make. So my thought is, we have the opportunity now. We've changed it so you can say it's a half day rather than a full day. I'm perfectly fine whether you started charging the minute you walked in the door or the minute you left your home. Doesn't matter to me. It's every councillor has a decision to make every time they come to a meeting. And it's whether that meeting is long enough to justify the per diem that they're claiming, and whether they feel they've done the background work and the preparation that either justifies a full day or a half day.
Okay, Councillor Hugo, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. So, where are we at? We haven't discussed the, or I guess we have discussed the per diem rate. We're good on that?
If I could.
Yes, Mr. Hogan.
We'd look for just some guidance on there. We've heard the 325 number, which would be approximately a 17 to 18% decrease from current. We did hear the 300 number floated as well. So right now, we're looking at the 325. So if that's not accurate, please let us know. So that's a little bit of clarity there. And then the other basis we're proceeding on, based on what we've heard, is that those meetings would be, whether that was a half day or full day, would be the discretion of the individual councillor when it comes to accounting for travel time and such. So that's what we've heard. If that's not accurate, please let us know. What that would do is that would account for other, we've talked about mileage coming into the office and things like that. There are a number of meetings that council attends that are not in the office, whether those are RMA meetings, central or otherwise. We attend meetings with ministers. We attended the lobby effort in Stettler this past year. There are ones like that that do require significantly more travel than just coming into the office here. So I think, there's pros and cons to any direction council chooses, but leaving that discretionary it does allow for some freedom in some of those meetings that maybe aren't in the office. So when we drove to Stettler to make a pitch regarding the provincial reassessment that would have cost the county drastically, that wasn't necessarily a long meeting. But the time to get there to meet with the minister and all the other municipalities was the time sink that day. It was still a full day, even though the meeting itself was only an hour and a half, 2 hours. I forget exactly how long it was, but I know the travel time was significant.
Yeah, I do believe the meeting was at least a couple hours, maybe 2.5 hours. I think the minister spoke for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, and I liken it to the meeting when they first introduced the assessment model review, the one that Reeve Whitstock and I attended at the legislature building in Edmonton. That was the travel from here to Edmonton. Did that meeting last an hour?
Well, it took them a while to get the right numbers in front of us, but yeah, probably an
Once the
hour.
province corrected their information, yeah. But that's an example where that discretion may come into play.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm glad you brought up that we heard the $300 number too. I think we need to talk about that a bit more. First off, I want to be sure that Councillor Hugo knows that I've yet to ever claim time for my mileage, and I've only ever done half day, even though if I added mileage, it wouldn't have been. So I'm not someone who's looking to have money. I just want to have anyone who would need that to be able to access their costs to be here. Secondly, I think $300 is a lot of merit, Councillor Hugo. When you look at the per diem around the counties around us, that looks not unreasonable to suggest as well. So I think a little more discussion about just how much lower we want to come would suit me better.
Okay, so what are we talking about here? Is there a preference? Mr. Hogan, what would your suggestion be? Do we have I don't want to have a show of hands, but what's everybody's thoughts? Personally, I think the $325 is justified.
The discussion before council is really where there's no right or wrong answer to this, right? It's a line that you choose to draw where you choose to draw it, right? Ultimately, it's up to council to defend it. So if you feel it's justified and you can defend it, you're free to go there. That applies whether it's 325, it applies whether it's 300, it applies whether it's 400 or 200, right? It's where council sees fit to set that rate. You know, administratively, this doesn't make a difference to us. We're processing the exact same thing the exact same way. It's just different math involved. So, but it, you know, and that's really what takes it back to a philosophical question as to where council feels is the reasonable rate to place that number.
Don't all talk at once.
I'll jump in.
Councillor King?
So when I looked at the per diem rates and compared our per diem rate compared to other counties, I also looked at what was included in the base salary rates. So for instance, if you compared our per diem of what I'm now suggesting of the 325, and you compared that to Mountain View County, if you took the base rate for a counselor in Mountain View and you added basically 3 per diems, in my mind, that's 2 council meetings, a cow meeting, and MPC. So 2 half days, 2 full days. You would add about $1,000 to our counselor base pay. So you'd take our 2,100, which we're suggesting, add $1,000, that takes it to 3,100. What's the base pay for a counselor in Mountain View County? $3,085. Included in their base pay is their council cow meeting. And so they're basically saying we're not paying them for those meetings, but in their base pay, they are getting paid. So we're saying we're not including it in our base pay, but if you compare the numbers, they basically come out the same. So I guess I was very comfortable trying to compare apples to apples when I looked around. You know, it's hard to compare to somebody like Red Deer where they're getting, you know, $5,300, or somewhere like Mountain or Rocky View and some places like that where they're getting paid substantially more than what we are. But at the same time, you have to try to be in that same ballpark. And that's what I was trying to do with the 325. If council said we're going to 300, I'm 100% okay with that. It's a 24% reduction on the per diem. So be it. If that's the wish of council, I'm 100% there. But all I was trying to do is keep us comparable with the most reasonable comparisons that we had to look at. So.
I know this is a very uncomfortable subject for, well, uncomfortable. It just doesn't feel right to be setting your own pay, but that's exactly what we're doing. Again, I guess I'll throw in my thoughts, and I thank you for your math again, but I think we can justify 325, not because we have to justify it, but I believe that is the right number. So. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I always ask lots of questions of the people that reside in Kneehill County when we have these hard decisions. And I was quite honored when more than once I was commented that you're not paid enough. So, you know, that just complicated my entire thought process. And so I do think no matter where we land, we're going to have people who are happy and people who are going to say, oh, come on, that wasn't much. I do think that even at the most modest levels that we've talked about, of which Ken's numbers were 325 and whatever, that's still substantially more than what some of the pressure of the provincial and legislature people who took a challenge out there. We're saying this is going to be for full year. until its policy is changed again. This isn't just a 6-month commitment. This is a full commitment. And so we already are giving back a great substantial amount. And I think that needs to be something we pay attention to as well. Thank you, Ken, for bringing those numbers.
Councillor Penner, any thoughts?
No, I agree with what you're saying there. I think there's some really good discussion here. So I think I can justify the 325.
Councillor Christie, any thoughts?
No, that's the numbers I'm at, so I can agree with it.
Councillor Kiever?
Mine's gone blank. I can live with the 325 too, and I guess the only part of this one boils down to what is the hours that is it a half day or a whole day type of thing? Part of the argument being here, a couple of years ago, I bumped into a power pole out west of town, and yes, at that time, I needed a ride to town, but I was told I had to ride in the ambulance because I was on county business while I was coming to the meeting. Somebody has decided that from home to here is county business. And I don't know who that is, and maybe it wasn't even true.
Deputy Reeve McGee?
As far as insurance is concerned, for all your emergency services, it would be that you're on business, yeah. Makes sense to me that that's what they said.
So anyway, when you're getting back to the difference,
I'm saying 325 and
okay. Councillor Hugo?
I'm still at the 300, but sounds like it'll be 325.
We want to know, like I'm wavering back and forth to both numbers. I'm really struggling to make a decision there. And so I know that you have a very strong feelings about this, and I want us to know that when we do give administration what to come back with, whether it's 3 or 325 or anything in between, that you are going to be content enough to represent us well, that we work this decision out around and around, and that you were content that we arrive to an agreeable position. I don't want you leaving thinking that you were not part of and are equally part of deciding this is the line we land on.
Well, it's kind of hard to justify in my own mind to take more money for something that I don't think we really should be paid for. Sitting there and saying, oh, I can justify it. No, I have to justify it to the ratepayers. It's not to me I have to justify it to. And in discussions with ratepayers, it should have been lower than the 300. I picked the 300 because that sounded like a fair number. But talking to ratepayers, they don't think we should be getting as much as we do. So, you know, I can sit there, yeah, I'll whatever council votes for, I guess I have to go along with it, but it doesn't mean that I have to accept it.
Councillor Kiever?
Councillor Hugo, if we picked 275, would you still hold with the 300?
No, I'd probably go to 275. I picked the 300 because I thought that was a good number after the 325, and when I said the 200, okay, I can move one way or the other. So the 300 sounded good. I thought maybe council would go along with it. It's hard to justify pay. Like Jerry said, it's very hard to justify setting your own wages. It's very hard to justify that. And talking to ratepayers, I don't really know how we should be sitting inside of this thing determining what we're being paid. You know, it's difficult to do.
I'm not sorry, Councillor Hugo, I'm not exactly sure I said justify. I think I don't know, it's probably on the tape, but I think what I meant to say, if I did say it, is that it's uncomfortable
True, it is very uncomfortable, and it's, you know, in this day and age, even without the pandemic and the recession hitting Alberta, you know, and we are not underpaid for what we do. Are we overpaid? Sometimes I believe we are, but, you know, it's very difficult and very uncomfortable setting our own wages. I've worked for countless companies over the years, multinational companies. I was never able to go in there and set my wage. So, you know, how do we, and if we're supposed to be leaders, how do we sit there and, oh, well, we deserve to get paid this much, but certain staff don't deserve to get that much? You know, it's very uncomfortable, and I have a hard time justifying it in my own mind. I really do.
Councillor Penner, you had a comment?
Just a comment to Jim, when I talk about justifying, I'm not necessarily justifying it to myself. I feel comfortable that I can justify to my ratepayers why I like the 325.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I want to be clear that when we look at changing a policy, we are not, even though this is about a personal number for us, I look at the policy as if I were not being here and I was now the ratepayer, how would I see this policy? And that's how every policy has to be. And so what do we leave to the discretion of understanding is in good conscience, is even a gray area that you're entrusting to people you don't know who will be sitting here and will interpret it well or not. And so when we can remove ourselves from this conversation and not talk about me, but talk about whoever may want to run for this position and sit here next time, whether it's me or anyone else, does this policy work well for what this position involves? That's the question. What I want is not here. I get to decide what I want when I apply for a job. If I applied for a job that says it's paying this amount, I'm saying I'm uncomfortable applying for this job. And so no, we're not comparing apples to apples when we compare to your wages. And I've asked for raises where I work, and I've been refused, and I've left. So, you know, we can go around in circles about that kind of thing all the time. When I look objectively about what is involved to do this job really well and thoroughly, I can see that these numbers are fair market, that we're not outlandish to anyone else around us. Waitresses get a different wage than the chef.
Councillor King, you had a hand up?
Yeah, I guess one other comment I'll make, and I agree, Jim, whenever we're in this position where we're looking at compensation for a job that we ourselves are doing, it's a very difficult process because you're always in a place where it can be implied that you're just looking after your own self. The reality is that what we're doing is we're setting the standard for the council of the future, not ourselves. And so we have to keep that in mind. In addition, we have to keep in mind is what does the marketplace pay? So for a comparable job in a comparable municipality, what are those councillors being compensated at? And as Councillor Kiever said much earlier in this conversation today, it's funny, no matter how you crunch the numbers, when you come right down to it in the end, per diem and base pay and all of those things, the numbers come out at a very similar place. So if we were like way outside the parameters, like we weren't even within the ballpark, I would be quite a bit uncomfortable with where we are, but we're not. And so the question becomes, does that mean that every councillor in the province of Alberta doing the same job as we are is overcompensated? Some people are going to say yes. But in my mind, what that says is we're in the ballpark. We are not overcompensating ourselves for a position that would be held anywhere else within this province. So am I comfortable with that? The answer is yes. Am I comfortable with the fact that we're doing this process? Not necessarily, but that's the reality that we're faced with. We took this responsibility, therefore we need to do it to the best of our ability. So in the end, if we come out on average, same place everywhere else in the province is that fair? For some people are going to say, no, it's too much. Other people are going to say, no, it's too little. The reality is, if we're in that average, then it's probably fair. And so, from my mind, the numbers come out, place after place after place, municipality after municipality. So I'm good with it.
Last chance. Anyone have any comments? I haven't heard, so is that enough direction? Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I had turned my mic on to say that I believe we have sufficient direction administratively to proceed with that amendment. And if you'll allow me, I'll move on to the next category, which is that we've identified, which is ad hoc meetings without council prior approval. As council's aware, you have certain meetings that in policy you have pre-authorized attendance at, whether that's council meetings, committee meetings, RMA functions, things like that, where you've said, yes, you don't need council approval. It's understood you have approval to go attend these things. What we're looking at is if there's any desire for council to want to open that up a bit. And we're not talking about fully, because we understand from past discussions that council still wants that ability to approve various attendance at functions. So we understand council doesn't want to lose that. We are wondering though if council wants administration to maybe do some wordsmithing to open that up a bit for other meetings, because we've run into over the last term, we've run into some of those instances where particularly the Reeve is invited to a meeting, but there's not a council meeting in advance of that meeting. So there's not the ability to get the pre-authorization to attend that meeting, but it's blatantly a meeting that we should be at. And I'll use an example like the one I just mentioned where the Reeve and I attended a meeting at the legislature building. And that was with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Minister of Energy, I think the Minister of Economic Development was there, the representatives from CAP and the Petroleum Drillers Association, that's not the right name, but they were represented in 15 other municipalities. And it was to speak with the minister and to hear what their plans were regarding the assessment. That's the type of meeting that the county should absolutely be represented at, and that was a meeting that the Reeve should be at, or somebody, if the Reeve can't make it, somebody in their place, but didn't have the ability to go to a meeting ahead of that and authorize the approval. And things like that happen. So we're not looking for the exact wording or anything here. We're just looking to see, is council comfortable if, as we're going through these policies, we maybe massage that one a little bit on the understanding some of those things are going to pop up, but without completely opening it up that anyone can attend anything. And what that does is if we open that a little bit, one, it doesn't put members of council in a bit of an awkward position, particularly the Reeve, and if they can't go, the deputy Reeve. But it does keep some constraint or control by council on those, and it eliminates those items where we come back after the fact and put council in an awkward position again, where we say, hey, we went and attended this meeting with the minister that they called on a day and a half's notice. Would you approve our attendance at this or not? Well, by that time, we've already been there and back. So it does put the council in a bit of an awkward spot where if you don't approve it, there's not really a consequence for not approving it. It's done and gone. So if we open that up a bit, it's just some of that administration we can get rid of. It prevents a little bit of that awkwardness, but we would do that with the understanding that council doesn't want that blown wide open. And so all we're looking for is if council's comfortable with that. Administratively, we'll take a look at it in the wording. Obviously, that wording comes back to council as part of the policy for your consideration and amendment if needed.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I kind of like the suggestion that we could approve by councillors over email, except for what if you can't get a hold of anybody and it's still really important to go there. if we had that in policy, does that then limit you if you weren't able to get in a hold of even 4 people? That's my only question, is how would we deal with that then?
What we'd look to do, and again through you, Mr. Chair, is I don't know if we would necessarily go with the wording with the approval of at least 4 councillors, because one of the things that we need to be careful of when we're doing things like this is we don't want to erode the primacy of the council table. There's one venue, and I mean that in the time sense, but there's only one venue where council should be making formal decisions, and that's when you're in a council meeting, whether you're around this table or not. And that's what they refer to as the primacy of the council table. Decisions aren't made in the restaurant. They're not made through phone calls, through back channels, things like that. They're made when you're sitting virtually or physically around the council table. And what they really mean is during an official council meeting, right? If we start eroding that a little bit to, we can do this if we have 4 people respond by email saying that we kind of erode a little bit of that, right? So I don't know that that's the wording we would necessarily go. What we'd look more to do is clarify that, you know what, if the county is invited to meetings with ministers, top officials, we would kind of define it more like that it was just understood that it was authorized, that those are things we should be at. And they do crop up. I mean, we've had several of them. We've even, actually, I think in between council meetings, again, when Ethan Bain, who's one of the directors of municipal affairs, was here to first start talking about the assessment review, RMA put on that assessment session and actually asked if we could help host it because of our central location. And we said yes. But again, it's not as much relevant to me because I would attend that as part of my duties. But for any member of council, in this case the Reeve, looking to attend that meeting, well, we've attended it before there's a council meeting because it's timely. So we would word it more along the lines of that if we have meetings with ministers, with RMA officials, or with whoever else, you know, normal business meetings that we conduct, those would fall under the automatic approval.
Like it.
Anyone else? I think you can probably have quite a bit of trust in administration and in, for lack of a better word, trust in me that I wouldn't attend anything that is not required for a county representative to be there. I have a lot of faith in administration, CAO, that if he phones and says, you know, we probably should be there, I trust him to be correct in his decision. But if he says he should be there, I'm not required, I also trust that decision. And we don't have very many of these. They pop up occasionally. Usually it's last minute because, well, like you stated, the meeting that we had at the ledge. I mean, I think that was a Friday night that we got that email asking for our attendance. And when ledge asks, or minister asks for your attendance, you kind of make sure that you go.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I forget the exact timeline on there, but it was something like, yeah, late Friday.
It was the July long weekend, and I know it was a Friday evening
Yeah.
when I got the email.
And so there was no opportunity for there even to be a council meeting to do that. And as Reeve Whitstock points out, it's not that these happen often. It's more the awkwardness of the timing that it creates, because a lot of them, you know, if you have a chance to sit down with a minister and discuss issues on behalf of the residents of the municipality, you pretty much always take it.
Maybe your presence isn't all that, okay, your absence would be highly noted, I guess is where I should go with that.
So again, if there's no, on this one, if there is no, if council is comfortable with letting us have a go at that wording, to try and, I think you know what we're trying to achieve, and the principles within which we're trying to achieve it, we'll make a proposal regarding that wording. We don't have to work out that exact wording today. We just thought if council was comfortable while we're updating all the policies, we might as well look at that as part of it as well. Obviously, council is the owner of policies, and you'll have the opportunity to, you can take the wording that we bring forward and you can accept it, or you can change it as needed.
Everybody's good with that? Okay, Councillor Hugo? Are you still with us, Councillor Hugo?
Yeah, I said yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can now. I didn't hear it before, sorry.
Okay, no, I was facing away from the phone.
Okay, I'm trying to stay in front of my mic. Our next one is mileage, is that correct, Councillor Hogan? Mr. Hogan?
I don't know if that's a promotion or not. So
Sorry?
yes, the next one is mileage, and this one here, I think you've sorted out part of it. At least we have the majority will of council to that end. Really, it's just looking to see what council considers for the rate, or if you want to consider a reduced rate afterwards. We did hear earlier in the discussion that mileage is mileage. There are some things on the back end where CRA gets involved, and that 5,000 number isn't random. There's some CRA ramifications that happen at that amount, but they're not necessarily a thing that we need to worry too much about on this side of the discussion. But what we're looking for is the understanding, or to confirm our understanding, is that councillors that are traveling to county functions would get paid mileage. So we'll go back to the example of the photo op. So you might get paid mileage to attend, but actually attending would be considered part of your base pay, based on the discussion that we've had here. We've heard as well, I don't know if this is the full council direction or not, that mileage is mileage and we won't worry about the rate. I would suggest that we, rather than set it, we simply tie it to the CRA rate and go with that. And as that rate moves up and down, ours does accordingly as well.
And that's what we've been currently following, correct? Yeah. Discussion, Councillor King.
In regards to mileage, it's my understanding that we pay only the mileage that's claimed by a councillor. And so if a councillor or councillors chose not to claim mileage, we would be okay with that as well.
That's correct, Councillor King. Is we would not, we don't go through your expense claims to verify whether you're within a couple kilometers of what we think you should be or not. We don't have a what you think you should be number. So if a councillor chose to, say, attend that photo op and not claim mileage, we're not chasing you down to point it out.
Councillor Keever?
Well, I don't like the idea of a reduced rate for over a certain mileage. And I think the only place that we've maybe been guilty on our mileage claims is that there has been times we could have carpooled and saved some, but it wouldn't have been a huge amount of money by doing it. And it usually is inconvenient. You have something else when you leave Edmonton that you're going to do before you come home. So yes, we were on council business up there in Edmonton, but I was also going to combine it with some personal business. So hence we shy away from carpooling. Unless we want to go like Clearwater and buy one of them big high vans, then we'll go for it.
Well, I think with COVID restrictions, I think we're also in a situation where carpooling is number one, not allowed. And we do have to live by some comfort or some feeling of comfort that we travel as we travel. Is there any other comments from anyone?
I'm comfortable with the mileage the way it is, and I agree with Glenn that mileage is mileage. After 5,000 kilometers, it's the same cost whether it's more or less. So I'm comfortable with the way it is now.
Okay. Anyone else? Give you the opportunity, Councillor Hugo. One more time, Councillor Hugo? Okay, no comment there. Meals.
This item is before you. We've included information around what the other municipalities allow for reimbursement. And so we're putting that in front of you to see if there are any changes that council wants to make to that. At this point in time, administration's not recommending any specific change, but it is there for your information as part of the overall review.
Any issues with meals? That or a stub?
Yes. And it should be noted we don't have it in the background information, but the county does not reimburse for alcohol, and we're not suggesting that we start.
That's a good statement, and I fully support that statement. Okay, so if we are good with the meal side of things, we will move on to the communications portion. Comments? I know Councillor Penner, you had something to mention on the communications side.
Just reinforcing what we had talked about the last time we discussed this. Faye and I are long distance to the office and to most of you, and just to keep that in mind, even though my cell number is a Calgary number, where I live and in my area, cell coverage is very sketchy, so most times I have to call from my home phone back to my ratepayers. So just let alone the internet connection, I use my 200 up, I'd say, very fast and regularly.
Okay, I know I use my $200. Is there anyone that wants to see a change to that number? Councillor King?
I guess I did mention earlier that I felt that, for myself specifically, that there could be a reduction in that number. But in light of councillors who are finding themselves fully using that $200, I certainly don't want to, again, put that extra burden on them. And I guess if I, like Wade, end up with, trying to get multiple connections to the internet, and, you have phone calls. I use part of my communication allowance to print my packages and to buy ink for my printer, because that's part of the communication I have to do as a counselor. And somebody said here earlier, reading 200 pages was not an easy task, but we've had packages in the 300-400 pages. I think Carolyn just does that to keep us busy. So I use that communication money for more than just internet, more than just telephone. I use it to buy paper. I use it to buy ink. So perhaps if I went back and looked at the amount of money I spent on ink and paper and internet and phone, I'm probably close to that 200. So perhaps there is no need to change it.
I know we're discussing the costs of the communications and why we get it, but the number one reason that we do have that in here is so that we as council have the ability to communicate with each other, with administration, and if we do ask something of any of our staff or council members, we expect an answer. one way or another. And I think the important part is not what the cost is. It's make sure, I guess I'm not using communication as a way of saying justify the cost. I'm using the word communication to stay in touch with one another, because there are times when staff will send out emails, send out whatever it is, try to get a hold of us. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we respond to those communications. So if it takes whatever it takes to make sure that you've got email on your phone or a way to be able to, because sometimes some of this stuff is serious. Like for instance, if we have to call a state of local emergency. I'm not looking at the cost, I'm looking at the communications part of it. So just thought I'd better throw that in.
Mr. Reeve, I know Deputy Reeve McGee earlier when we were talking about the ad hoc meetings said sometimes it's almost impossible to get a hold of 4 counselors. In my mind, it should never be impossible to get a hold of 4 counselors. Between text, email, and phone call, I know there's lots of things come to my phone and there's email after email after email, but they don't usually sit on my phone very long and I'm on them. So I would agree with you. I have a hard time understanding how, and I know there's different places in the county and I'm in lots of them lots of times, but I don't understand how you could go for hours and perhaps days without actually responding to an email that has some urgency to it, so.
Is there any other discussion on communications? If not, I think you've got what you need there, Mr. Hogan?
We do, Mr. Reeve, thank you.
Okay. So our next discussion item, I do believe, is the divisional meetings.
Yes, so this one is one that we're just looking for guidance of whether council would like this included in the budget or not. What we're proposing is that there'd be $500 that we'd $500 per councillor that we would put in the budget. This isn't a payment to you as councillors. This is simply a budget amount to help cover the cost of should a councillor choose to have a divisional meeting. This could be used to cover refreshments, hall rental, etc., things like that. But it is not it's tied into some of the policies that we're looking at, but it is not actually directly a remuneration to council.
Discussion, questions? Councillor Christie.
Staff time, if required, would not be in that $500.
No, we've not included it in there. We haven't. We look at that. We're currently looking at that as that's just part of the county business that we have. The staff time involved in there is some. We would work that into our plans. Yeah, and into the main operating budget. So it's just something. It's just work that we have to account for as part of the scope of work that we do. At least that's how we currently view it. A lot of that is taken up within our communications department. As council's aware, as a CEO, I don't get overtime, so you get me for free at those meetings. But so there's not necessarily an expense there. But within our communications department, we do. There are some hours incurred there, but we look at that as just part of our scope of work that we do.
Councillor King.
So because I've had a few of these, certainly I would have to extend my appreciation to, in the past, it's been Christine and Deb, both who've done a lot of legwork for me in terms of the preparation, but also administratively, either the CAO or some of the managers providing information that I needed at those meetings. And I know there's no way $500 covers any of that work. And I even wonder about the advertising, because we've done advertising for my meetings in the paper and other places, and I'm not sure what that costs, but I know it doesn't come for free. And so because I've done this, I have appreciated the support that I've gotten from county and its staff and administration and council as well. And so I certainly would be supportive of this being there for you. I know I've made the decision for myself, from my divisional meetings. I am now funding those, other than those portions that I'm talking about, staff time and advertising. I'm trying to fund those myself as part of my counselor responsibility. However, I think that to make it an available option to everyone, I am supportive of this initiative.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
This is another example of where you've heard me on my soapbox say too many times, we need to make it so that anyone of any income and any need for support can be sitting in this chair. And so I do think having good communication and increasing it as much as we can whenever we can is very important, and we don't want expense to be what keeps a councillor from meeting, having a division meeting if one's needed so I really like it.
And I am also supportive of the ability to access those funds. I know donuts are cheap, but 3 feet of saran wrap around each donut adds up. And I actually wasn't being serious, but I have seen donuts with 3 feet of saran wrap on them. Any other comments? Councillor Kiever.
Yeah, the $500 is okay. I guess, you know, I mean, if somebody was a real shyster, what constitutes a divisional meeting? Is it more than 3 people? Is it 50? What's the number on it? You know, I mean, a shyster could go to the coffee shop and call that a divisional meeting.
I guess I'd like to respond to that. And in my mind, a divisional meeting is a meeting that you specifically set up in advance, that is well advertised and made known to the public that it was going to happen. And so it's not like it's an ad hoc, let's go to the coffee shop and have a divisional meeting. It's something that you've advertised, you've promoted it to your division and your ratepayers. They're well aware that it's going to happen, and any one of the ratepayers within Kneehill County is eligible to go to those meetings. That's a ratepayer divisional meeting, and you then have opportunity to bring that support from our administration, and if you wanted other councillors to be there to assist in that meeting to provide information as you see necessary.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I also think when we write this up, it needs to include that the council is aware that you're having this, as well as then has a report on the event after the fact. I think those two things should be part of it.
Councillor Penner.
I'd just like to make a comment. $500 doesn't go far, depending on your whole rentals and whatnot else. And a divisional meeting, yeah, it's advertised, and if the ratepayers choose not to go, that's their problem, but you put it out there to have it. But my comment, and I've told this to Ken before too, I don't think that the cost should come out of your pocket, because any of our ratepayers can attend your meeting. It's just not your division. And I don't think any council should have to, or feel that they need to take it out of their own pocket.
Thank you, I appreciate that comment.
Mr. Hogan.
What we would do for council's information on this is, if we're getting the direction from council to include this allotment in budget, which I believe that's what we've heard so far, then we would put some added wording in and around it. So we wouldn't just leave it in there. You know, the recommendation or the wording that'll be coming back to you won't be that this is in budget. It'll be this is in budget and can be used for the following purposes type of wording. So, you know, it'll specifically reflect things like hall rental, refreshment, whatever, right? So there will be, you know, we don't want to tighten it too much, but we will put some guidelines in there. To your point, Councillor or Deputy Reeve McGee, if there is some added things in there, we can always put a clause in the policies around those divisional meetings, indicating that, you know what, they have to be advertised on the, you know, on the county's website or social media, whatever. you see the direction I'm going, that we can put things like that in there so that you know, a member of council couldn't walk into the A&W and start buying people coffee in the name of a divisional meeting, right?
Okay, is everyone comfortable?
I just wanted to clarify, and that's because I want to protect our councillors from feeling like they could be pointed as being political as opposed to in the interest of county relations, resident relation.
Yeah, so we can definitely beef up the wording on that, which I think I'm hearing is the will of council.
Okay, are we good? Okay. So I think that brings us to the end of the council remuneration review. There is a recommended motion in there if someone wants to make it.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that council direct administration to prepare the draft policies governing council remuneration on the basis of our discussion this meeting.
Okay. I will wait for that to come up on screen.
And while that's coming up on screen for everybody to see, I think if you saw the spreadsheet that Carolyn had prepared there, your changes to base pay to the per diem amount, even with the inclusion of the divisional meetings, is you've reduced by close to $70,000.
50.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was adding those two. Yes, you're right, 50. Yeah.
Okay. Are we good with, oh, I do believe. Yes, but it was, yes, there we go. And is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor King? Okay, for those on video conference, I will read the motion out. Councillor King moved that council direct administration to prepare draft policies governing council remuneration. Excuse me. Is there any discussion to the motion prior to the question being called? Not seeing any, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item is council follow-up action list. It's been pre-circulated. Let the council have an opportunity to go through it one more time. And if there are no questions, Councillor Christie?
I move that we accept the council follow-up action list as presented, as information.
Okay. We have a motion to receive for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item will be going into closed session. Does anyone require a quick recess prior to that? Okay, I will call a 10-minute recess, and then we will come back to go into closed session. Thank you.